Chat, I have made an error. I have made a mistake. Chat, why do I do this to myself? Guys, guys. Why do I do these things? Welcome on in, everybody. Greetings from the archive. I will go through and greet you all in a moment, chat. Last night was supposed to be a nice chill hangout with my buddies. We did a little belated Friendsgiving. Supposed to hang out for a few hours, have a nice time with my friends, eat some good food. And you know, maybe get a tiny bit high, maybe a little bit of weed as a treat. It's been 16 hours and I don't feel normal yet. Anyway. With the post-apocalyptic background. Hello, Dante Clown Hong Kong. One sec, let me get some music running. Let me get a tiny bit of music running, but I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Welcome on in, folks. Hello. Welcome on in to Not Pancake to SDL to JM to Lycan to King Trillion. To Anissa, to Amarillo, it's been a while. Hello, Boofed It, hello, Host Gaming, hello, Dusk Like Wanderer, hello, Intrepid Nobody, hello, Otter Defendo, hello, Brink of Text, let's see, Cosmic, lovely to see you, Intrepid, Check for Charlie, Kodalcon, Andy, the Winged Wolf, enjoy that lurk, and Sarah Day, No Eyes for You, Maddie, Boofed It, Dante Clown Hong Kong. Am I missing anybody? Hello, Robotic Artistry! You sound like you took the wrong strain. Listen, I'm fine. It's fine. It happens. Hello, Rivy. Hi, how are you doing today? For those who are unaware, I have a stomach condition called gastroparesis. My stomach is partially paralyzed, so I'm used to things taking longer to be in my system. If I consume a substance, be it caffeine, or be it alcohol, or be it an edible, it's going to be in my system for way longer than normal. That's just how it functions for me. Sometimes I forget about this. Sometimes I think, you know what? No, it'll be fine. It won't last more than like 12 hours. I was wrong. I was incorrect. Good morning, everybody. Normally I start my streams at 7 p.m. EST, but we're a little bit late today. We're rolling with it. We're making it work. Hello, Paper Rune. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. Hello, Drag Dund. Hello, Looney Tooney. Every time I do this, I'm like, no, I can, cause okay. I am also very much a lightweight, especially with edibles. But I took a 10 milligram last night, and that, you know, I was definitely in a state. I definitely got high. But I did that because anytime I take 5 milligrams, I feel like I don't really get that much out of it. And I suppose that makes sense. We're talking a doubling of the dosage, but how am I supposed to consume a 10 in any other like quantity? Because like I'm gonna be so real. 5, not enough. 10, evidently too much. 10 is evidently like not just overdoing it, like putting me in a coma, you know? How does getting high personally affect you? Honest question. It depends on the strain. Last night, that was indica, and I just felt very silly and slow and like not very aware of my surroundings. I think that's the best way to say it. I find like sativa, I get more like energetic and dizzy, and it feels a little bit more like alcohol. I wouldn't say I get a focused effect out of it, but I definitely get like energized. Indica, I'm just like chilling and I feel slow and heavy and silly. Like I am not, and I'm honestly, a kind of frustrating element of it is that I always feel aware of the fact that I'm not at my full capacity. I look at the way I am acting when I am on a substance, and I am aware of the fact that I am like talking slower than I usually do, and struggling to process visual and auditory information as well as I normally do. that my full ability to process is not there, that I am not in touch with like anything sensorily. And sometimes that gets frustrating. If I can be so incredibly real, sometimes that gets frustrating. Hi, host. Hello, Dustlight Wanderer. Wait, I'm not mod on bites? Wow, okay. Do you feel silly now? I mostly, at this point, am just feeling like the lack of full sensory awareness. Where like I'm kind of tunnel vision. So for me, the first symptom that I experience on any drug, this includes caffeine, by the way. I get shit like this on caffeine. I get shit like this on my Vyvanse, my medications. I will notice this kind of stuff with. The most prominent, like first thing I tend to notice is visual distortion. So say I have too much caffeine, I will very quickly get visual distortions as well. And it varies from substance to substance, what exactly it will do. With weed in particular, it's very tunnel vision and very like, I can't see the corners of my vision. The corners of my vision are foggy, and in ways that they normally aren't. I'm just very focused on what is at the center of my vision, and I have trouble like perceiving anything outside of that. But also, okay, here's a weird one. Things feel like they are at a slower frame rate. I will be, like, if I am high, I will oftentimes be looking around and I will feel like things are moving slower. Like, visually, I am perceiving things at a lower frame rate. It's really interesting, even just my internal perception of time shifts, whereas, where I will try to be estimating how much time is passing, and I am way off. I am, like, it genuinely feels like time is moving half as fast. It's fascinating. Is that like that movie trip with the hallway extending? No, it's literally just tunnel vision. Makes sense? Because how weed slows and softens things, makes them constantly overwhelmed by existence. Real. Enjoy your lurkin' Saturday. I wonder if your eyes are actually refreshing slower, since eyes do actually have something approximating the frame rate. I don't know if it's that or if it just like slows my processing of reality down. Which honestly, that part I don't mind, except for the moments where I feel like I'm kind of a bit trapped in my body, struggling to do things. I need to like figure out, okay, I think what I need to do is I need to take the edibles I have and like cut them into like quarters and take 3 quarters and see how that affects me. I feel like that's what I need to do at this point. Gonna have you on while I make a poster for Women's Hockey Game? No worries, do what you gotta do. You take care, Maverick. That's really exciting. Good luck with the project. You got this. As an artist, when I was younger, it was always kind of an honor when like local groups or organizations or clubs would come to me and be like, hey, we need some graphic design work. We'll pay you like 10 bucks, and me at like 16 sitting there like, oh my god, people want my art. Oh my god, people want my art. Some lovely humming. Aw, thank you. Live music stream will be on the 17th. I was actually rehearsing last night because I was at this Friendsgiving event last night. I was actually rehearsing some of my songs, both songs that I'm planning to play there on that stream and some originals last night. I'm really sad that I didn't get any art or any writing work done, but I got way too high. I wish I got on weed. I wish I got on weed, but at times like this make me reconsider. Again, it's about like dosing it properly and knowing what to expect. The reason I normally stick to smoking with weed is because it doesn't last in my system as long like this. For me, because I have the stomach condition, because my stomach is paralyzed, anything I, consume via the stomach is going to stay in my system for way longer. That is not going to be the case with things I smoke, so that's why I prefer smoking. It just stays in my system less long, and it's easier to kind of adjust as you go. But knowing, what knowing your method of delivery and your dosage is what matters when it comes to any kind of like substance use. 19-year-old AE sounds like a chump. What do you mean? I will be playing Unbeatable, or will you be playing Unbeatable when it comes out? Not Pancake. I have never heard of the game Unbeatable. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. I'm gonna need more information. Does smoking weed affect your lungs? Yes, but I don't do it often. I've never heard of Unbeatable before. Get an edible hangover. I think that's what I'm experiencing right now, being perfectly honest. I think that's what I'm experiencing right now. Hello, Shy Lion Draws. 16-year-old AE selling their... Yeah, what do you mean? I was a kid. People were like coming to me like, hey, we want you to do a little bit of graphic design work and we'll pay you for it. And sure, I didn't know the prices yet, but I was like a kid. Let me live. Got my first sub as not someone I know. Congratulations, boofed it. Unbeatable is a game where music is illegal and you do crime. Lines in the trailers, by the way. Okay. Someone dropped this link in my Discord and I will peek at it because that prompt, if we're talking like, you know, okay, authoritarian hellscape world where music's been made illegal, that does catch my attention. If that's like the premise of the game and the gameplay looks good, I would give a peek at that. I'll be honest, hate rhythm games. I'm sorry, rhythm game enjoyers. I fucking hate rhythm games and I think they'd be terrible to stream, but like if the premise is good enough, I might give it a shot. I am really bad at rhythm games. Just because it's not smoking does not mean consuming nicotine is a good thing. I mean, yeah, I would recommend against consuming nicotine. I would definitely recommend against consuming nicotine. I'm not advocating for that. I am consuming weed. I'm consuming cannabis. I want to be very clear when I talk about my experiences with drug use and whatnot. The only things I personally touch are alcohol and weed. At least this is its current point, and I do not advocate for the use of, you know, anything that is not going to be safe for you. Please be mindful of yourself and don't get yourself in trouble if you're going to be consuming substances. I want to be very clear when I'm saying smoking. I'm talking specifically about smoking fucking weed. I'm not advocating for smoking nicotine because that is honestly something that terrifies me. No thanks. He only recommends consuming your friends. So no, Rhythm Heaven, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really bad at rhythm games and I think they're hard to stream because like the core of my content is talking to chat. If I were to do content that prevents me from yapping, you know, things like fucking rhythm games or the kind of stuff where like I can't speak because the characters are constantly speaking. Those kinds of games just don't work well for my content style because I constantly yap, and then rhythm games themselves I'm terrible at. Not even because I'm bad at like keeping rhythm, it's usually because I can't keep track of which buttons, because I can't memorize the buttons. The issue with rhythm games is not that I can't maintain rhythm, it's that I have trouble with the tactile hitting the buttons and remembering which button is where on the controller. You know? Waking up from a forced nap, fun times. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Shy Lion Draws. I feel you. I slept for 10 hours. It was supposed to be a 3-hour nap. Alright. Gonna have to go lay down while meds kick in. No worries. You take care, like, and do what you gotta do. Unbeatable's 2 buttons. Also as a demo so you can see if it's worth streaming. Alright. I will give it a peek. I still don't think it's going to be a good stream game for me because like having to be quiet and not talk for even a couple minutes during a song is going to be a problem. If I have to like while I am, you know, doing the rhythm map for a specific song, be silent for a couple minutes, that's going to be an issue ultimately, but I'll give it a peek. Would you photographer the characters in the game? Then I'm not going to understand the plot. Like, I do talk over characters in the game if I have something interesting or important to comment about, like, the character dynamics, or if I really need to, but I also, when I am playing games on stream, want to understand the story, you know? I want to understand what's going on. I want to at least understand the plot and ongoings well enough to be able to commentate over them, to say something interesting about what's happening in a game. And that does require quite a bit. Makes sense, rhythm games are my bane too. I have a terrible sense of rhythm. Yeah, it's just for me the thing. What if the characters only talk out loud sometimes? What do you mean? What do you mean, Pyro? I'm talking about games that have, like, you know, minute-long cutscenes or where all the dialogue is read out. Like, I don't mind playing. I've played games with voice acting before. It just can't be constant, you know? Like, I enjoyed playing Triangle Strategy. I did enjoy it. I probably, if I were to go back in time, decide to not stream it because the entirety of the game is, like, voice-acted cutscenes. You spend more of the game watching voice-acted cutscenes than you do playing sometimes. Which is fine for game design, just bad as a streamer who primarily focuses on yapping, you know? Admittedly, I had not found my brand yet, but, like, the occasional voice-acted cutscene, so, like, Silent Hill F has been okay because it's just occasional voice-acted cutscenes, things like that, that's fine. That's chill. But, like, people have asked me to play, what's it called? Oh my god, that's, like, it's such a well-known game. It's that one, like, game that does a lot of politics stuff. What the fuck is that game called? Disco Elysium. People have asked me to stream Disco Elysium. And the reason I've hesitated there is because, well, my options are either to play the game with voice acting and never be able to speak because it's a game that is entirely voice acted. Or my option is to voice act the entire game myself live on stream, which while I have done before and I'm not afraid to do, the issue with it happens to be, or rather, the last time I played a game where it was pretty much entirely me voice acting stuff, which was Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, I ended up actually damaging my voice, and it took months for my voice to recover. So, you know, last time I really dug my heels into a game where I was voice acting the entire time. Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Because I do, like, 6-hour streams, ended up, a couple months into it, damaging my voice, and I had to actually take a month-long break off of streaming in order to get my voice to recover. Which was not the reason I took the break, but it wasn't until I took that month-long break before I was able to actually allow my voice to recover after several months of damage to my voice. So, like, while I want to stream Disco Elysium, it would just be a very difficult game for me to stream because either I'm constantly going to have to be quiet to listen to what is being said and understand it, or I am going to have to damage my voice. And it's a complicated balance. Also, Disco's a lot of complicated ass legal shit going on with the creators of it. I have not heard about this stuff. First I'm hearing of it. This is the first I'm hearing of it. But yeah, like, there's a lot of games I want to play but become complicated because of the just styles of the narrative or how voice acted it is or whatnot. And these are the conversations and issues that go into me deciding whether or not I'm going to stream something. There are a lot of things, a lot of factors that go into the decision whether or not a game gets streamed. And this is not me going, oh, tell me why I should or shouldn't play XYZ game. That's not what I'm doing right now. I am not currently in a state where I'm like, hey, give me game suggestions that I you know, dropped game suggestions in the Discord. I don't need you to sit there and defend every single game you've ever suggested right now. I'm just, like, talking about the things that go into that decision. I'm going to make my own choices of what I play. you know? If you have it from buying it earlier, you're fine. If not, you should probably sell the C's. Yeah, Disco Elysium, I had it gifted to me back in, like, 2018. It has been in my library for a long time. Hello, Ein. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Regardless of what you choose to play, it'll be entertaining nonetheless, and I appreciate it. That's the point, you know? That is the point. And I agree, No Eyes for You. I mean, all art is political, but I wish that, like, politics aside of the direct politics of the creator, and narrative were not so big a part of media, you know? All art is political. All art has political messaging and is motivated by politics. But God, do I wish the kind of politics we could talk about were entirely just the politics of the art itself, and the creator, and not, you know, the politics of a company who bought the fucking franchise or some shit. It sucks. It's unfortunate, I think. People Make Games did like 2 whole videos on it. They make some really good journalism content. Decent Rockstar union busting. Noted. I'm not sure if we'll have time to peek at that. I've been incredibly busy recently. Chat, I kind of want to like show you guys my schedule. I kind of want to show you guys what my schedule has recently looked like. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. I need to edit this a tiny bit just to anonymize some things. Just give me a sec. Can I, like... I wish I could customize the where it starts showing. Whatever. It's fine. We're just gonna deal with it. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and edit it just to anonymize a couple things. Please let me take my screenshot. Why are you like this? What the hell? Oh my... No! Work with me! Chat, what the fuck? I need to get a new mouse, actually, soon, because I do not know what is wrong with this mouse, but this mouse does not work. I don't know what's wrong with this mouse, but it does not work. Give me a second. Rigging advice for streams? Or for VTuber models? Because I do rigging streams. I've been doing rigging streams on Saturdays. Unfortunately, I can't just like interrupt a stream of another subject to give rigging advice, but if you come by Saturday, I will be rigging live on stream. Okay. Let me see if I can find a way to display this without breaking things. Do I have like a window thing lying around? I probably do. There we go. So this is what my schedule has looked like for the last few days. Bear in mind, the 2 days before this were identical to Sunday and Monday. The 2 days before this were identical to Sunday and Monday. So they were also 2 days where I went straight from yellow block of similar time. One of them went later than this. to stream. And bear in mind there's also like half-hour to 45-minute commutes involved here. This is what the past couple of days have looked like for me.
Oh shit.
Hello, Stella! What do you mean, you Angie? What's wrong? What's wrong, Stella? I hope you're okay. Ah, rah, rah, rah. You need to rest. Yeah, bear in mind, I had 4 days in a row that were almost identical to, you know, Sunday and Monday here. So the 2 days before this were identical. And then I get hit with yesterday where I get to go to a fun little Friendsgiving event with my friends. And I am there until 6 in the morning. Do I shout out Stella for being Stella? Stella, I don't want to just presume that that's okay. I feel like I gotta ask before I do that. But we love Stella around here, but also internet issues. Finally fucking forced Spectrum to find out. Congratulations, I'm so proud of you. Fuck Spectrum. Oh my god, I'm so glad you finally got them to figure it out. I am so sorry it took that fucking long. Also, I am sorry for not responding to your DMs. I was out until 6 a.m. And I was low-key high. And I stayed out until 6 a.m. then drove home and then slept for 12 hours. But anyway. Is there cables and lines being damaged from the storm? Of course it is. It always is. These motherfuckers, oh my god, I hate internet service providers and how often they will just ignore reports that their shit's damaged for as long as possible for months and months and months because, oh, of course, you know, recent disaster of epic proportions which impacted the population wouldn't cause damage to our stuff. As a Floridian, very familiar with this stuff. As a Floridian, whenever a hurricane comes through, there's a good shot if you don't live in a very, like, you know, high priority area, your internet's gonna be out for a few months. I am so sorry. I'm glad that they finally, at the very least, looked at it and figured out what the cause is, but holy shit, they should have listened sooner. They should have listened fucking sooner. I am so sorry. Kill them with a rock. They've been ignoring reports from me, other local businesses, and the streamers in the area. I am running their fade. That they are breaking contract and is fixed by next week. I'm running a class action. That's a month of lost revenue. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Honestly, and good on you for having the like fucking willpower and strength to be the person who forces this to goddamn change. Good on you. And I'm gonna be stressed with rent this month. You know I would fucking be in your corner and help if I could. You know I fucking would. I am sending all my love because Jesus Christ, you do not deserve this crap. You know what? Shout out Stella right now. Mods, this is my friend Stella. She doesn't deserve any of the shit she's going through. If you can fucking support her. I don't know, Stella, if you have any means open for folks to support you at the moment, but like everyone, just give her love. I care about her very much. I am with a child and that child is rage. I am with a child and that child is edible. But no, I genuinely hope that this is the start of getting it fixed. I really, really hope this is the start of getting it fixed. Take care of yourself first and foremost. All my love, I am eating Spectrum. Always have my tip jar. Yep, Stella has a tip jar. If y'all have the resources, she's a very good friend of mine and I can vouch for her wholeheartedly. God. But yeah, this is what my week has looked like and I was asleep until stream started. Lola Mao. I need a break. Chat, the sad part is today was supposed to be my break. I was supposed to like wake up, at like 10 in the morning, take care of a couple things, and then spend the rest of the day resting, and I couldn't do that. I was not able to spend the rest of my day resting. Because I slept. And I'm gonna be so real, sleep is not restful. Do not worry about getting back to me, thank you. I went out to a Friendsgiving event last night. I was thinking I was just gonna be out until like midnight. I was out until 6 a.m. I took an edible. It lasted way too long. And so I was not able to have my rest today, and I'm sad. Hope you had fun at least. Oh, I absolutely did. I got to be live music. Hee hee hee. I got to be live music at the Friendsgiving. But unfortunately, it does mean I'm gonna have to wait until Friday for a rest day. But hey, we persist, we persist. I do have a piece of cool news, actually, though. I do have a piece of cool news. Chat. Y'all remember my video essay, I Don't Regret Girlhood? We're so close. We are less than 500 views to 1,000K. We're so close. If you haven't watched it already, give it a look. Stella's in it. And I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I was having a conversation with some of my friends last night. And while I do really want to finish the protest video, I got prompted with another video essay idea last night that I actually feel really excited about. And while I know I've been talking a ton about the protest video, about how it was going to be my next video, and it's what won the poll on both Discord and YouTube for what people wanted my next video to be, I think I might make this new video first. Because I'm actually excited and energized by the idea. I think that taking the time to follow the dopamine and actually complete a project might be the right choice right now. I think the right option in this moment might be I take this idea that's been in the back of my head. I put down this project that has been stressing me out for 5 months, that has been weighing me down, that I feel really defeated by. And instead of trying to push this boulder up a hill, I take this smaller, easier thing that I feel energized about, and maybe, with any luck, completing this smaller thing, feeling that success, might be enough to push me up the bigger hill, you know? That's the hope anyway. Maybe, just maybe, if I follow this smaller project to fruition, it might leave me in a better place. So I think I'm gonna chase this new idea. And if I get stuck here too, we'll figure it out. But hopefully, I'll have something to show to y'all soon. What it actually is, chat, I'm going to be talking about, AI, generative AI, and how it is enabling a new form of necroviolence. Because one of my most strongly held interests is death anthropology. One of my deepest held interests is death anthropology. I have a lot of history with this subject. I've done presentations and papers digging into this subject before. And I had a very interesting conversation with some friends last night that got me thinking. It got me thinking. Yeah, death anthropology, the study of death rituals and things of that nature. But yeah, sometimes you need to shift gears to get over a whelp. Yeah, and hopefully it will help. Since my executive functioning problem started, kind of have to just do the thing I'm in the mood for while I'm still in the mood to do it. Yeah, and that's a thing that I've been struggling with. I was really motivated about this video for a couple months, and then I ended up in a depressive episode, and I have barely touched this video essay since the depressive episode started. I am out of the depressive episode for the most part now. There are still heavy moments, but I have been doing the best that I have in a long time. I've been chasing a couple exciting projects in the background. I am working on an EP right now, which I am tentatively calling the Ritual EP. I am not sure if it is going to be released under this name or under a different identity. We'll find out when we get there, when it's a little bit more complete. But I've been very excited about that project, and it's been pushing me a lot, even in the moments where I feel frustrated or unmotivated. Aside of that, though, I've been very unmotivated when it comes to YouTube lately, and I'm hoping this will help push me forward. Sometimes, unfortunately, you need to just do something. You have to be excited about the things you're doing. I had this realization a couple months ago that part of why I was struggling so much with this video essay is because I didn't feel excited by it anymore, and I needed something that I felt fixated with. I needed a new exciting thing that I was driven by, and that just makes every element of life easier. even getting the chores done and taking care of my physical space and taking care of my own body gets easier when I have something that I'm excited to do. When I can say to myself, hey, you can work on the thing you're excited to do after you take a fucking shower. Hopefully, with any luck, I figured something out. Not sure if you're really into sports / hockey, but if you ever get a chance, you should look into the... I do not... So here's the thing, I'm not into sports. Don't know, like, what would I be looking into? Why would I be looking into this? Not me being like, oh, why would I ever look into that? I'm just saying, like, okay, give me your pitch. Give me your pitch on why I would be interested. Anyway. Hopefully I will have my second video essay out within the next couple months. Let's goddamn hope. I think the fact that I'm really excited about this one will help. I want to talk about AI and the notion of necroviolence and the right to die. Sorry, that makes sense. Women's Hockey League and almost all of them lesbians. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. I'm glad that there is space for the lesbian hockey players. Yeah, so for those who are unaware, the thing that prompted this, I was having a conversation with a couple of my friends last night, and one of them was talking about a recent court case in which generative AI was used to generate a, video of the person who died saying that they forgave the perpetrator, and that they did not want the perpetrator to be published. And this was submitted as and allowed as court evidence in a court hearing. An AI-generated video from, I believe, a family member's the one who generated it, claiming to forgive the perpetrator. And I, sitting there in this circle with my friends, went, that is a new take on necroviolence. For those who are unaware, necroviolence is, okay, so the notion of necroviolence comes from the idea that denying someone a proper funeral right is a form of violence, which is something I do agree with. In a lot of cultures, having your body properly ritualized is directly tied to, like, your fate in an afterlife, and is also very important to giving the loved ones the ability to grieve. So things like, burying people who suffered certain diseases. This happened in the AIDS epidemic in, like, unmarked mass graves is a form of necroviolence, because now the family is not given the ability to properly grieve and the body is treated with disrespect. In a lot of, like, cultures and histories during war times, it was relatively common to, when you were dealing with the bodies of your enemies, tear those bodies apart, decapitate them or cut their limbs off, or otherwise damage them in ways that made it more difficult for the loved ones to grieve, to affect the morale of those people and potentially affect the fate of the soul in the afterlife. Generative AI enables a new form of necroviolence by not giving people the right to fucking die. That is my hot take, that is my premise. That is what I want to talk about. How long does a scuff model last, by the way? Until someone redeems I Am So Normal. If anything, I'm honestly kind of surprised it's taken this long for something like this to happen. Me too. Me too. The right to die, the right to grieve, I think these things matter. I think trying to revive people with AI is terrifying and disrespects their right to rest. I mean, yeah, not to mention, like, the ethical concerns of, we have no ways of knowing what this person would have actually wanted or said after they died. We have no way of knowing that. It disrespects their ability to, be a person. But I also think it's just, like, this is necroviolence, and that is where the angle I want to focus on it from. This is necroviolence, and that is what I want to focus on. And I'm sure this has been talked about by someone else. This is not nearly as unique a concept as many of my other video essay concepts, but I think it's worth fucking talking about. Yeah, just get my Twitch recap, and guess what? Am I #1? Did I win? Chat, how are y'all's Twitch recaps? I was supposed to put out my monthly newsletter today. But obviously I did not have time to write it given I got high and slept all day. Whoopsie daisy. The weed put me to sleep, ew, but I'm gonna be putting up my monthly newsletter soon. I'm gonna be talking about that in it. You're my top 3 along with Wonder? Hell yeah, Natalie. We'd love to see it. You were 5 for me, the rest were also less people. You know what, valid skill writer. Valid. Chat, can I be real? Can I be real? I'm pretty sure mine was bugged, given it didn't even list a 5th streamer. You had me there for like 380 hours. I am genuinely honored that y'all spend so much time with me. Thank you. You know what? I'll go over my numbers while we're on stream in just a minute. Because I think that's an interesting conversation to have. Even if I want to talk about all of this in my monthly newsletter as soon as I am not dead. But I'm pretty sure my viewership one was bugged. Alright, here we are. I found the website. So I'm gonna go over my viewer one first. I'm pretty sure mine was bugged, because there was a few names I expected to see on here. I expected, of course, Stella Cosmister, Celerity Dust, but I also expected to see, like, Wonder. I expected to see a good handful of people on here. I expected to see Necromantic Chef on here. Why did it only list 4 streamers? I watch way more than 4 streamers, and I'll admit, I don't, like, how do I say? I don't watch a whole lot of people very often. I'm very much the kind of person who, like, I open up someone's streams, I say hello, I send 2 or 3 messages, I mute the chat, or I mute the stream itself, and I go and lurk, you know? I open up a stream, I send, like, 5 messages, and I lurk. I'm pretty sure mine is glitched. What do you fucking mean? 194 hours watched and 4,000 chat messages on Celerity does. What's the ratio on that? How many an hour is that? 3548 divided by 194. That's 18.2 messages an hour. Like, there's something incorrect here. There's no 5th, like, mine's bugged, I think, my theory, chat. So, like, I 100% expected Wonder to be up here in my top 5, and it didn't even list a 5th streamer for me. My headcanon, my theory, is that it doesn't count lurking if I am streaming myself. That's my theory. That does not explain why I did not have a 5th stream. But it also explains because, like, a lot of the people I lurk in are people who are live at the same time as me. So say I was lurking in Wonder or Necromantic Chef's stream or Doc Vivi's stream. They tend to stream around the same hours as me. So it might be that it wasn't counting. Does lurking still count? Yes, it does. Not Pancake. I had to follow the email for it. But, like, something's not right here, you know? And I'm kind of mad about it. My top categories were just chatting, art, special events, vintage story, which is not bad. There were only 10 days that I did not fit it. Oh my god, did not visit, and I watched for 3,500 hours. Cool, thumbs up. I used the bite emote the most, no one is surprised. By, like, a wide margin, too. My emotes got used a lot, which is cool. I don't gift subs to people because I'm poor. 3,806 chats sent us a mod. Oh my god, it's Celebrity Dust. But, you know, alright. My one as a viewer is bugged, and I am mad about it, but the important stuff is all in the streamer one, chat. The important one is all in the streamer thing. Oh my god, chat, we streamed over 1,000 hours this year. That is wild to me. 164 total streams, over 1,000 hours. Damn. That to me is really fucking cool. That is really fucking cool to me. Streamed on 169 distinct days. Don't know why total streams and distinct days are different, but here we are. In chat, we amassed over 63,000 hours watched. Thank you everyone for being a part of that. That evens out to, on average, over 60 average people watching me constantly, which is really, really cool. That is really, really cool. I mean, given 6 hours is my minimum in Intrepid Nobody, given the technical difficulties we've had some days. You know what? We take that. We take that. My top categories were Just Chatting, Art, Okami, Exocolonist, and Wind Waker. I like how I finished 3 whole games this year, and they're all here. Congrats on Tortilla. My top stream reached 2.47 thousand viewers. All my streams go past midnight, Skill Rider. That's what always happens around here. My top tags were English, transgender, and LGBTQ. We received 354.2 thousand chats. Y'all don't shut the hell up, and I appreciate it. Thank you for it. Keep spamming that chat. Keep keeping me company. Let's keep thriving and making a living, breathing community. I have absolutely loved seeing recently how loud this community is, how much y'all are getting along. Seeing people in VC for hours at a time just hanging out, like, it makes me so happy that this is more than just a space where I yap into the void, but a genuine community. Top channel emotes, no one is surprised. Bite is in first place. We love to see it. These are the people who get special shoutouts as being some of my biggest supporters. If you see your name up here, thank you. Thank you to all of you for being a part of this community, but if your name is up here, thank you especially. Based on the recap, what are the goals for 2026? I need to think on that. Give me a second and I will have more thoughts. But if any of y'all see your names up here, thank you especially for being part of all of this. I did not do many collaborations. I don't collab with people often. I think, you know what, I do actually have a goal. One of my goals, chat, is to actually collab with people more next year. I want to do more collaborations next year. Thank you for the people who rated me. Thank you to the people that I rated. Thank you so much, chat. 323 clips. I think next year I want to have more clips. I think we want to have more clips next year. Thank you, Ali, for clipping the "He's trying his best" with 467 views. Chat, we've gained nearly 2,500 followers. Tons of new subs. 100 hype trains on the dot. Spent over 9.3 million channel points, and we fucking achieved partner. 2025 has not been my year. I think, unfortunately, especially in the tail end, a lot of bad things happened to me. There's been a lot of pain and difficulty. But it certainly has been the best year of my life. I'm gonna make next year better, though. That's my plan. That's my thought. 2025 has not been my year, but it certainly has been the best year of my life. And it's only gonna go up from here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being part of this. None of this would be possible without you. We keep on fighting. As far as goals for next year, I don't want to put any like viewership based goals directly, because while continuing to grow my audience and make those numbers go up and hit a point where I can make money off of this is the ultimate goal, putting numbers directly on like I want to have this many average viewers is not a good idea. We have to do that for like the partner push and whatnot, and I do want to see that number continue to go up, but I for the sake of my own mental health, I'm not going to put any kind of like, oh, I want to average 100 viewers next year or anything like that. It's not smart. Do you mind if I quote that? Not at all. Have at. feel free to steal that quote. But I think I want to next year again have 1,000 hours streamed. I think that's a good goal. I think saying minimum 1,000 hours streamed is a good place to start. It's very easily achievable for me. The one difficulty is if I end up getting sick a lot, you know? But even if I continue to stream 3 to 4 days a week at my current normal hours, that shouldn't be too hard for me to manage. I think I want to finish more games. Before the end of the year, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make like a little bingo board with a bunch of goals for like the next year, a bunch of smaller ones aside of my big New Year's resolutions. And I think a thing that I want to put on there is like finish 10 games. No, that's too much. Chad, 10 games might be too much for me. What's an appropriate amount of games to expect to finish in a year? I feel like 10 is reasonable, but also too much for me. I think I did manage to do 5 this year. Maybe 7. How's 7, chat? We try to beat 7 games next year. Maybe let's try for 7. Sing Helly, listen. Depression sucks, but like you don't have to achieve anything on Twitch. You don't have to achieve anything on Twitch. Twitch is just a website where we chill. Like I'm very grateful and lucky to have achieved everything I've achieved. I am incredibly blessed and privileged to be in the position I'm in, but like, you know. I think 7 is doable, but still hard, you know? I want to try to get on the front page again. No promises that it'll happen, but we'll try. I definitely want to do more collaborations. Maybe something like, at least 10 distinct, I think maybe collaborate with, how about collaborate with like 8 different people, distinct people. Collaborate with like 8 distinct people. So I can't just like do one collab series where I collab with like Stella Cosmister 8 times again. Maybe something like collaborate with 8 distinct people. Yeah, I was on the front page. I got to be on the front page in the carousel one time, and I want to do it again next year. But that's not really something I can guarantee. I want more clips next year. This one's not in my control or my power, but like, come on, clip me. I want more clips next year. A lot of my other content goals are things like outside of Twitch or whatnot, unfortunately, like making more YouTube videos, doing more, making an EP, releasing more other forms of content. Like, I hate to say, but after achieving partner, the only thing you can really do as a Twitch streamer is to continue trying to grow with a lot less direction. Sure, I can plan event streams, and I will continue to plan event streams and try to make up all the events that I haven't given y'all yet. And I want to keep pushing the bounds and doing cool things. And honestly, currently, my focus on stream is just, like, doing the things that I think are going to be fun, even if I am not sure they're going to perform well. So, like, you know, doing crafts on stream. The time that I sat there and made candy with you guys. Songwriting on stream. Doing fun little events for me. Doing the shock collar stuff. I just want to do fun stuff. That's kind of been my focus more recently, as I've been trying to, like, regain my spark and enjoy streaming again after a period of depression. So a lot of my goals are kind of off platform right now. I do want to like grow audience and make number go up and get more stability in numbers. But that's something I can only just fight for by continuing to stream and doing cool things. And I think it's more important that I work towards doing things that I would enjoy doing and making content off platform. You know? I'm going to continue to be here streaming 3 to 4 times a week, bringing the best quality content I can and pushing the bounds of whatever events and fun things I can think of. But, admittedly, a lot of it is going to be, you know, me focusing on YouTube stuff. Yes, the front page carousel is actually a thing you have to apply to be on. You can only be on the front page carousel if you are a Twitch partner, and you have to specifically apply. Nods. What do we think for next year goals? I'm gonna make like my plan. So I always have a handful of New Year's resolutions. Like for context, my New Year's resolutions this past year were 1, go to at least 12 punk shows. 2, start HRT. 3, start making YouTube videos. 4, become a Twitch partner. And 5, the only one we haven't completed, the one we will be completing on December 17th, do a 3D live music stream. Those were my New Year's resolutions for this year. I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do next year. I have a few thoughts. One of them is probably gonna be like release an EP. Probably something to try and make YouTube more sustainable or significant. One of them is going to be to at least like get a date set for top surgery. Even if I don't get it next year, just to have a date set before I turn 26. I'll figure out the exacts on the actual New Year's resolutions, but I want to make like, at least for content goals, a smaller thing, a bunch of smaller goals in some kind of like bingo format where I can say, okay, these are a bunch of small things that aren't necessarily like big resolutions, but I want to complete as many things on this board as possible and get bingo, because I've seen people do that before. I think it's cute. Why are y'all so attached to the idea of humming ASMR? Every time y'all like hear me hum on stream, y'all start going, oh my god, AE humming stream when? Like, y'all just want to hear me go, I think I'm the only one who mentions that, I'll be honest, you know what, fair. I listen, to each their own, But like, I'm a yapper, I need to talk. Hey, are you okay, Singheli? Are you okay? What you refer to as my vocal stem is cool sound. Thank you. My I'm glad y'all enjoy. I just can't say I get it, being perfectly honest. I suppose the fixation just doesn't make sense to me, but you do you. Ah, rah, rah, rah. Hello, Hunter. Lovely to see you. I just want Gatorland walkies to know about humming stream. I mean... Okay, listen, I'm gonna do a walkie stream eventually, but if y'all specifically want Gatorland walkies, y'all are gonna have to buy me a Gatorland ticket. I'm sorry, that's just expensive. Goal for next year, making living comfortable. Yeah, like part of me wants one of my goals for next year to be a full-time streamer. I don't think that's gonna happen. If you had asked me back in September, I would 100% be there like, yeah, no, a year from now, I'm going to be streaming full-time. I'm going to be making enough money to do that. I am not confident in that anymore, unfortunately. Part of that being the depressive episode, part of that being the reality of like watching after the partner push, numbers go down again and shit. Which, that was an inevitability. It was going to happen. It was inevitably going to occur where like the partner push ended and the numbers went back down and things stabilized again. As sad and as frustrating as it is, it's not surprising. It's been really frustrating dropping from seeing like 70 to 100 people to seeing fucking 60 again. 50 to 60, but it's also just what happens on this platform, and I know I am capable of building back up. It's just going to take time, and I have to be okay acknowledging that I pushed myself way too hard for a few months there. You know? You know? If I were to visit Florida, what place would you say I'd have to visit? Hypothetically, of course, of course. Ooh. It really depends on, like, what you would be there for. It really depends on, like, because honestly, I don't know that much about your travel habits and what you enjoy. I'd have to talk to you about, like, your particular travel habits and what you enjoy seeing when you do travel. But I could give you some guidance. Go for next year, buy AE merch and Necromantic Chef cookbook because AE technically in it. Real! Chad, if you want me merch, you can buy Nico's cookbook. Hey, I'm sorry that happens, thing, Haley. I don't really have the ability to, like, fully address that because, like, I'm streaming right now and I want to keep the vibes positive, especially because, like, one, I'm pulling myself out of a depressive episode recently, and two, I'm still a little bit high. I didn't intend to still be a little bit high, but I hope things get better, genuinely. I just don't have the capacity to fully address that right now, but I'm sending the best, okay? Mayhaps, someone in, like, 2 months might make me, might be paying for me to come down for a week. Ayo, ayo, ayo. I will hit me up about it. We'll figure it out. I will give whatever guidance I can. Try not to be a bummer. You're doing good. Maybe doing you being high in a bit. Hey, you take care of yourself first and foremost, okay? I'm not gonna tell you whether or not to get high. Just take care of yourself. That's all that matters. Alright, anyway. Oh, sorry for ad. Okay, I'm normal. I did get way too high last night. I hope everyone's doing well though. What have y'all been up to? What have y'all been up to? I'm not normal, me too. I love not being normal. Chat, being not normal is great. Oh, I love being not normal. I'll be honest, I'm kind of sitting here like downing an energy drink trying to get enough caffeine in me to function. And I'm starting to feel a little bit more normal. I do think the caffeine is helping to counteract a little bit of the... I don't know. Chat, honestly, I am wondering a tiny bit if I'm like... I don't know, whatever. I might have had a little bit too much weed earlier, and now I am trying to counteract the remaining bit of it with caffeine. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm chilling, getting done with day to day, and now sure what to do with myself at 7 p.m. Oh, poor thing! Poor thing! I hope you had a good time with date day, though. I hope it went well. I hope date day was a good time. You deserve good things, alright? Take care of yourself first and foremost. Take care of yourself first and foremost. We need to go through the system faster with caffeine, I think. I have no clue. I don't know how drugs work. I just take them. I don't know how drugs work. I just take them. That is, like, not something you ever want to hear, actually. That makes it sound so much worse. That makes it sound so much worse, actually. I've just been existing, then I was summoned for the stream. Real. I am genuinely so sorry that I, how do I say, started streaming an hour late. I'm genuinely sorry for that. And I apologize if I'm a little bit more scatterbrained than usual. I always try to bring my best here. I did low-key consider, like, canceling. And just saying I'll stream tomorrow, but you know what? We're here. If I didn't stream tonight, I was probably just gonna go back to bed. So the reason why, so first of all, like alcohol and caffeine is not necessarily illegal. It depends on where you are. But the issue with alcohol and caffeine is that alcohol is a depressant and caffeine is a stimulant, and so they actually have like the opposite effects and can cover up each other's effects. So it gets a lot easier to potentially overdose because you feel fine. But there's still substances in your body. I know like the one time I mixed alcohol and caffeine, it was a not very good time because I did not realize how drunk I was getting and I had a hellish hangover the other day, or the next day. Well, she got really eepy. Pyron's very abnormal sleep schedule, so it changes pretty often, which is okay. Plus it'll be nicer next year. She's moving up with me to Washington. Congratulations! That's exciting. That's very exciting. Was also hanging around a VC earlier. Forgot today was a stream day until you mentioned stream being an hour late. That's very real. No, I genuinely like woke up, looked at my phone and went, oh no, it's 6:54. I need to be live in 1 minute. I'm delaying stream, you know? It also lowers the amount that's needed for either to fuck you up. I don't think that's true, but I have to check. Alcohol doesn't affect me much. Once drank an entire bottle of wine and feel it. Yeah, some people are heavyweights. Could not relate. I have a very low tolerance. 2 shots is enough to get me drunk. But I don't mind that. It means I'm a cheap drunk. It means you don't have to pay a lot to get me drunk. And that is very, very fun for me, because I get to save a lot of money. I will buy a handle of vodka and it will last me months. Which is, again, very, very good. I don't like drinking because that shit tastes bad. You can make really tasty mixed drinks if you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you can make some really tasty mixed drinks that cover up most of the alcohol flavor. And there have been some alcoholic beverages that I have very much enjoyed the flavor of. Feel that as I randomly fall asleep at 6. Real. The tolerance money saving good, exactly. Remember my folks doing that? I know that those jumbo 50-ounce glasses from gas stations? That's what they'd fill to the brim with Amsterdam vodka, Ultra Blue Monster before they discontinued it. That is terrifying. I don't drink often, but I do enjoy getting a single beer and staying on a nice buzz. Also valid. For me, like, how do I say? So this is how I feel about, like, basically all substance use. I don't want to get just slightly buzzed, because for me, when I consume a substance just for like to get the tiniest bit of inebriation out of it, it's enough that I am not functioning at full capacity. So like I can't sit there and create. I can't sit there and work on a video essay or sit there working on complex art stuff or do anything more than the most like basic tasks if I'm like slightly inebriated. So I end up in a state where, okay, I've taken this thing that's sure, maybe it helps me relax a little bit more. Maybe it numbs me out in a way that can be nice and pleasant. But it keeps me from doing into my creative stuff. And I'm not fucked up enough to have fun. So I'm sitting there where, okay, I'm too fucked up to do the things that I enjoy or that fulfill me. I'm too fucked up to be productive, but I'm not fucked up enough to have fun. So what I do is I only let myself consume substances once every week or two. But when I consume substances, I get fucked up. Now, I never get like blackout drunk or inebriated to an extent where I'm an actual danger to myself. And I typically only ever do so in social settings where there are other people around, because I want to make sure if something does happen, if I accidentally go too far, there's someone there to take care of things. And just being around other people naturally keeps me from going too far. I just also generally find the experience of being inebriated more enjoyable with other people there. I don't feel like I have to go as far to have as much fun if I'm around other people. So I keep, you know, a lot of limits and restraints around how often and in what settings I'm allowed to get fucked up. But when I get fucked up, I get fucked up. You know? When I use substances, I don't get just a tiny buzz. I am getting drunk. I know what I'm doing. I've gotten deep into mixology. Just came with the other side of realizing that if I want sleep-free drinks, I need to taint it with booze. Also valid. To each their own, you know? Ultimately, to each their own. We have different priorities and interests, and that is all right. Alcohol started giving me. Oh my god, can I speak? Okay. Out of curiosity's sake, because I am still recovering from having taken an edible last night, how visibly not normal am I? How visible is it? I'm curious. Because I'm noticing I'm stumbling over my words, and it is a little bit hard for me to think at the moment, and I'm curious how externally visible it is that something is actually wrong, rather than me just maybe being a little bit sleepy or something. Can't notice much. Interesting. Not gonna lie, drinking you under the table was fun. I felt absolutely nothing. I want to get you drunk, Neko. I want to get you drunk. Okay, so I just come off as being sleepy. Got it. Cool. I very much, whenever I'm on a substance, get concerned that it's a lot more obvious than it is. Alright. And I definitely think, for me, like, the way I act when I'm sleepy is similar to the way I act or feel when I am on a tiny bit of a substance. Enough to visit, or enough to be able to tell and get in the way of, like, some of my creative stuff, but not enough that I'm like, let's party, you know? That's probably an appropriate level. Understood. Thank you so much, chat. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate it. But no, necromantic chef, I want to get you drunk. But yeah, like, I very much follow the ideology of, like, if I'm going to consume a substance, it means I can't be productive. And if I'm not able to be productive, I want to have a good time. I want to be more than just a little bit fucked up. If I'm going to consume a substance, I want to be beyond the just, oh, I feel mostly normal, but too sleepy to be productive. I want to be in the let's party and have a good time and be silly. But I put a lot of restraints around how often I'm allowed to do it, around the settings in which I'm allowed to do it. I always have other people around, etc. I don't drink often because it fucks with my stomach issues, but if I get past the buzz, I just get sad and sleepy. Valid. I will say, if I drink when I'm alone, I get sad. Do not let me drink alone, I will get sad. That is actually part of why I have a lot of the restrictions I have. To make sure that I don't end up in that situation. Well, look at you being so responsible. Of course. If I'm gonna use substances, I want it to be in a responsible way. And I'll admit, being a content creator does a lot to help keep me out of trouble. Because I know I have a responsibility to my platform. I know that if I get too fucked up too often, it is going to mess with my productivity. It is going to make it harder for me to make content. I know when I do things like I did last night, it impacts my stream. And that prevents me from doing things like what I did last night too often. I admittedly didn't think I was overdoing it last night, but now that I know, okay, I need to adjust my limits to be aware of how my usage impacts my content. I recognize that my content is impacted by my substance use, and so it keeps me doing it within a healthy range where I'm still able to perform to my maximum capacity on stream. Because I never want to do anything that's going to negatively impact my ability to create my art. You know? I'm very grateful that I have content creation in my life because it does so much to keep me in check mentally and emotionally, and gives me this incredible outlet. VTubing has changed my life so many times, has saved my life so many times. I am honored that I get to do this. I'm honored that you all are a part of it. And it genuinely does so much to enrich my life, to keep me safe, to keep me going. I know I have a reason to get up the next day because I have a due date to my platform. You know? I have a duty to my art. So even as I'm coming out of this depressive episode, like, y'all do so much to keep me going. I will say, I'm still trying to seek out that spark I had back, like, over the summer. When I was in that state of, like, this is my art and my practice, and putting my everything into it. I'm still trying to find that again, but I know I will soon. I think a successful video or two, continuing to grind, I'm gonna get there. We're gonna find our way. I just need to keep making fun, exciting stuff. I'll be so real, like the shock collar stream is the most fun I've had on stream in a long time. The shock collar stream was genuinely like the most fun thing I have done on my stream in a long time. I want to do more stuff like that. I want to keep pushing the boundaries. I want to keep making new exciting things. Hello, Neptune. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Like, I won't lie that I don't still have insecurity around falling numbers and the lost hype of like the partner push and all of that, and the sinking feeling in the back of my stomach that like had I just continued to push sooner, or had I just pushed harder, you know, things would be better. I'd be in a better place. But at the end of the day, I also recognize that I just need to keep doing things that are exciting and fun for me. That's the most important element. Eventually, I'm going to be doing this full time. No matter what, I am going to get to a point where I am doing this full time. We're going to make that happen. All in due time, chat. All in due time. Chocolate stream was very fun to watch. Oh my god, it was all so good. It was so good. It was all so good. It was such a great time. I want to do that again. I'm not sure on the when. I feel like I need to put cool new twists on it and then really work things out. But I am very motivated to keep making good things for y'all. I am very motivated and excited to keep making cool, good content. Did I miss the shot color stream? Yes, it was a couple weeks ago. I'll probably be doing more twists on the concept in the near future, but yes, we did already have it. Alright, chat, I need a big stretch. Give me a second. Big stretch. I will also admit this might end up being a short stream because I do need to make up all of the chores that I did not get done today on account of sleeping the entire day away because I was high. So I do apologize if I end up, how do I say? I do apologize if I, you know, end after 4 or 5 hours. Like I said, I did consider canceling tonight on account of, you know, being way too high to function. But I'm going to continue to try to push through, but again, don't be surprised if we only stream for like 4 or 5 hours. I want to get back to eventually streaming 4 times a week, 6 hours. I'll honestly, chat, I want to start expanding my stream length. It's kind of a hard thing to do because oftentimes I need to be up in the morning after a stream. So even sometimes getting to 6 hours has been hard because it means I'm only getting like 4 or 5 hours of sleep before I have to be places in the morning. But I want to start potentially expanding my stream lengths if I'm able, at least on the nights that I can. But for the moment, for the time being, it's kind of just a matter of organizing myself enough to get back to the 4 hours a week, 6 hours. We'll get there. We'll get there. This is my favorite Pokemon song outside of Lavender Town. Valid. I mean, it's good. There is a reason I play Pokemon music all the time in the backgrounds of my streams, honestly. I love, like, old retro video game OSTs. I know it's not the most fitting of, like, my aesthetic or anything of that nature. It's not... I feel like it'd be more fitting if I had, say, punk music playing in the background. But you know what? No, I love retro video game OSTs. I love Pokemon. I love Animal Crossing. I love the OSTs of these old Nintendo games. Hee hee. Chat, I feel very happy right now. I feel a little bit silly, but very happy. You know? Why is all emo music voices the closest you can humanly get to nails on a chalkboard, and why is it still good? Okay, here's my hot take. Bad singing voices, quote-unquote bad singing voices, are oftentimes better than perfect, clear, trained voices. I say this as a classically trained singer who has intentionally gone to try and restore some of like the natural tone in my voice when I sing, who has gone out of my way to reintroduce some of those flaws and nuances to my voice. A perfect voice is not as interesting or distinct to listen to. If everyone were to sing in a perfect, clear tone, music would be a lot more boring. Because it would all sound the same. Having a voice that is non-traditional, that is quote-unquote flawed, that does not have that... Oh my god, what's happening back there? I don't know if y'all can hear that, but Jesus Christ. And it stops right as I point it out. All right, delicious. But a voice that is like perfect and flawless and clear can be boring and is not easy to recognize. And I think oftentimes it is better when people have voices that are a bit flawed or whiny or not quote-unquote proper, because it gives them a more distinct and interesting tone. It's one of the things I love about folk punk. People who sing in folk punk oftentimes have voices that are very gritty or off-tone. They are not good singers. Folk punk musicians do not know how to sing. But I love it. And they have voices that are incredibly distinct and recognizable and interesting. There is so much vocal texture. They're bad and we love them, yeah. I love people who are bad at singing. Some of my favorite musicians are terrible at singing. Some of my favorite musicians, some of my favorite bands, horrible, horrible singers. And we love that. Emo is very good as a genre. I had a lot of time going to Warped Tour a while back. Not a couple months ago. That was not even a month ago. AE, that was like 3 weeks ago. One day I'll need to start trying to sing, just too many projects at once. I feel you. If you ever need any help, I am a classically trained singer. And I'm happy to help my friends out. I love my friends. I love my friends. Chat, I love my friends. You also bite your friends? Yeah. I do. I do that. Sometimes I forget how adorable you can be. I am not adorable. How dare you? There's nothing cute about me. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. I'm not cute. How dare you? There is nothing cute happening here. You are objectively wrong. Bark, 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 bark. I listened to 223 genres, just a title, but it's still neat. Where'd you get that from? What do you have that from? Listen, chat, fuck Spotify as a company, but also... Hello, this more. How are you doing today? Fuck Spotify as a company, as a service, but Spotify Wrapped did come out today. Bingus. Thank you. Thank you for the bingus. Wait. I can do something better. Give me a second. Bingus. Hee hee. Thank you for the bit. I appreciate it. Where was I? I had a thought. Oh, right. So Spotify sucks. We hate Spotify. We're all in the clear on this. Fuck Spotify. However, Spotify Wrapped did come out today. Chat, tell me why folk punk is no longer recognized as a genre by Spotify? Every year prior, folk punk has been recognized as a genre and has been my top genre, and for some reason this year, quote-unquote Celtic punk was? Quote-unquote Celtic punk? Now, Celtic punk is a genre. Don't get me wrong, Celtic punk is a genre. But Celtic punk and folk punk are not the same thing. They are adjacent, but they're not the same thing. And if your lead singer is not of Celtic roots, why are you calling it Celtic punk? Like, genuinely, Celtic punk and folk punk, these are sibling genres. They have a lot of shared root, they have a lot of shared sound. But they're not the same thing. Spotify, what are you doing? And I know I'm the genre is fake guy, but like when we start bringing regions and cultures into music, I do feel like that's one of the valid points of distinction, you know? Oddly enough, I got folk punk in my top 5, but also got freak folk. Okay, give me a second. I don't have the thing here with the actual top genres. I know I have a screenshot of it so I can read it out in a second, but for the sake of showing at least my top genre. Alright. Just want to make sure the air is clear here. So my top artists were Pigeon Pit, The Front Bottoms, Apes of the State, Sister Wife, Sex Strike, and Hi, I'm Case. My top songs were Keys to the City by Pigeon Pit, Punk Rock Shows in Heaven by Apes of the State, Surf Rock Anthem by Friends in Real Life, Mind Breaks by Sister Wife, Sex Strike, and Buckeye by... what's it called? Friends in Real Life. Why is my top genre Celtic punk? Those are all folk punk songs. Those are all folk punk songs. One sec, where's my phone? Three out of my top 5 artists are folk punk artists. And Celtic punk specifically has to do with like fucking Irish and Scottish music. Oversimplification, but still. I'm trying to find the screenshot, one moment. Okay. My top genres were 1. Celtic punk, 2. Midwest emo, 3. Dark cabaret, 4. Indie pop, and 5. Musicals. What? Thank you, Missing Projects. I will Google that in a little bit, but right now I'm currently in the middle of a ramble, so I'm not gonna Google that until I'm done with my ramble, okay? There's something wrong here. Where is folk punk? Where is folk punk? Where is folk punk? Give me my folk punk. None of those are folk punk. The dark cabaret is so fascinating as a thing on there because you're just talking about murder folk. You're just talking about murder folk. Oh, was there anything else notable in it? It said my listening age was 29 because I mostly listened to music from the early 2000s. Apparently I listened for 27,887 minutes. Yay. The genres are currently being determined by algorithms. The algorithms are definitely determined by racist tech bros. Probably, yeah. That sounds about right, unfortunately, which we hate that. Fuck that. We hate that so much, but here we are. We absolutely fucking despise that, but unfortunately here we are. There's only so much we can do. There's only so much we can do. Believe Spotify system exactly 0%. Seen too many people posting pointing out data discrepancies. Yeah, 100%. Like it's weird and concerning, and I don't like any of it. I do not like any of it. I eat a gummy bowl of whipped topping. Let's see. Good luck. Enjoy. Enjoy all the best. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't trust anything Spotify has to say either. I feel the same way about my Twitch recap, though, I'll be honest. I think my viewer Twitch recap is also doing similar shit where it's like, it's not being done properly, it's messy, it's improper. I don't trust it. I do not trust my, my fucking... I don't trust my Twitch recap, unfortunately, fully either. Which sucks. I want to trust it, but here we are. Enjoy your lurk, Draken. I know there's like a YouTube recap thing too. I don't know what's up with the YouTube one or where the YouTube one is. Can I be so real though? Chat, can I be sad about something? So there's a fan-made AO3 wrapped. Now I have not used AO3 enough to like really do it this year. This past year I've just been way too busy to use AO3 because I've been constantly grinding. But y'all, the temptation. Two, I wouldn't be able to show it to you guys even if I did. I would not be able to show you guys my fucking AO3 wrapped even if I even if I had enough data this past year to judge. And shitified shit 100%. It's all in shitified. The algorithms are absolutely astroturfed into promoting hate. It's a rough rabbit hole to go down 100%. It is very unfortunate in my mind. They're also just poor and bad at their jobs. Like, most AI, unfortunately, is just poor and bad at its job and makes a lot of mistakes. It's sad. It's sad. I don't like them and I don't trust them. Don't get how these corporations are so bad at handling their user data. I mean, all their stuff is in-house and so it gets messed up. Yeah. I don't know what went wrong in my Twitch Wrapped, because there were definitely more artists that my Twitch recap, because there were definitely more streamers that I watched for larger amounts of time, and I don't know what happened to them, why they did not end up in my data set, but here we are. Nothing we can really do about it. I'm just happy to still see Stella and Celerity up there. I honestly did not watch as much Twitch this year as I have in previous years, because I'm just busier these days, and I think that's sad, but here we are. Here we are, chat. We persist in any case. And I am proud of us for continuing to persist. I am very, very proud of us. Big stretch. Then, I mean, that's still a mistake, though. Like, yes, technically how these algorithms work is just find a next word. You are correct. But that doesn't mean that that's... Okay. That doesn't mean it's not a mistake when they find the wrong next word. Like, that's... The intention of how they are built by the people who built them is for them to come up with the correct answer or do the correct thing. Like, that's the intention of their creators, and therefore it is a mistake. It's just that even their creators don't fucking understand them. Even their creators, recognize or don't recognize that, like, that's not gonna happen within how the algorithms function. None of the Spotify rap, because I'm pretty sure that's, literally not used it or listened to music this year. Completely fair. Hello, Celador. What's Whoops about? I got way too high last night. That's what Whoops is about. The Whoops is I got way too high last night. Which is really funny considering the hobby I started in the past month or so. Not completely valid. I listen to music constantly. I'll be honest, music is like my primary means of media consumption. I don't watch TV shows. I don't watch movies. I don't have the time or energy for that. I don't have the attention span for that. I listen to video essays and things of that nature. But my primary means of media consumption, the thing that I probably put the most time and energy into, and that I frankly enjoy the most, is listening to music. That is my main media consumption. And I love it. I really adore music. And I think it's definitely what works best for me in my own consumption of art. Can you refill my water bottle? BRB? No worries, do what you gotta do. Make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves, chat. I'm really proud of you for being here and continuing to fight. You're doing amazing things. I am so grateful to have you in my life. I'm so grateful that I get to make art that you enjoy and engage with. I am so grateful to be the funny little guy in your computer. Thank you for letting me fill that role. But hello, Emmy Berry. Hello, everybody. I do hope everyone's going well. It is. Oh my god, wait. Chat, is it like finals week right now for the college students? Question, important question. Is it like finals right now? It's finals right now, isn't it? It's finals for the college students, isn't it? I don't know how this shit works. Yeah, pretty much. Good luck, everybody. Y'all hang in there. Next couple weeks, y'all hang in there. It's just striking me because like I'm not really in touch with that realm anymore. I used to have a lot of friends who were college students, but most of those friends are old enough that they are no longer college students, as we are all now in our early 20s. And it's kind of sinking in for me right now that, oh, damn. Chat's probably less active because the college students are doing college things. that would track, that would make sense. It's a weird moment for it to be hitting me, but it is very much hitting me right now. Finding out I might have either Danlo syndrome, that would explain a lot. Oh, good luck! Very, very much good luck. As someone who recently realized they probably have POTS, not easy stuff to realize, but I'm sending all the best. I'm sending all my luck. You hang in there, okay? You hang in there. Finding out and realizing you have a new disability is never an easy thing, but I am sending all of my love, all of my goodwill. You'll be okay. If I can be honest, I'm probably not supposed to show data like this, but one thing I do always keep track of, honestly as a means to comfort myself, is like the genuine Twitch viewership patterns. And it's been interesting seeing how general Twitch viewership in 2025 has massively dropped, especially going into August, and has continued to drop a lot since. And I'm gonna be honest, I do not know what the why is for that, but it's such an interesting pattern. Twitch viewership for the first time since 2020 is lower than it was at the peak of COVID. It's very, very fascinating. The platform really blew up in the COVID era and has seen a massive decline since. I don't really know what's up with that, but it's been a thing. This is information that I like to keep myself updated on, because I do find it comforting to like look at my own patterns as compared to platform-wide patterns and understand that like, okay, what I'm experiencing is not abnormal. What I am experiencing, you know, a drop in performance or a slump is not unique. There are whole platform patterns worth keeping track of and understanding. But this stuff fascinates me. And I kind of noticed that drop the other day and went, huh, what's going on? And then I realized it's finals. I realized, oh, it went up during November because people were like having their vacations and whatnot, their Thanksgiving vacations. And now it's December. And that explains so much. Who's to say though? Who's to say? Definitely feel like the changes intended for bots lost a lot of viewers. I think also Twitch wants to pay their streamers less because Twitch is already a business that is losing money. An unfortunate fact of Twitch is that Twitch is not profitable, or at the very least is very unlikely to be profitable given the information we have about the platform. More likely than not, Twitch is not profitable. More likely than not, Twitch is actively losing money, which is a weird and scary thing. And I think Twitch is desperately trying to mitigate that in whatever way possible. Largely by trying to pay their streamers less by cutting the number of viewers and cutting down bots that are being incorrectly counted as viewers and whatnot, so that, you know, they're not paying out as high in advertising cost. But Twitch has been, yeah, Twitch has not made any money for its entire existence. At least, like, not in a while. Because inherently, business models like Twitch, where you're hosting massive amounts of video content, anyone can stream or host their video for free, it's really hard to run a profit on YouTube is also not profitable, but these companies keep these businesses around because they give them a big influence over wider culture. And they're allowed to basically, like, pigeonhole's not the word. But they basically develop influence over an entire sector of entertainment. Services like YouTube and Twitch do not make money, but have massive cultural impact. Amazon, Jeff Bezos owns Twitch, and they tried to make it as little a loss factor as possible, but it's not their primary means of income. It is a means of gathering user data and of controlling culture. So your propaganda platform? I mean, kinda, yeah. They control the algorithms that determine what content is popular and place limitations on the art that is allowed to be successful. Yeah, Twitch deleted a lot of VODs a while back, yeah, so they could save money in storage space, 100%. Because when you have a platform that anyone can stream whatever they want and host hours upon hours of video content, yeah, it's impossible to make profit. It is not possible to make profit like that. But yeah, like, it's a means of having influence and cultural foothold and manipulating and shifting culture, 100%. The same is true of YouTube. The same is true of every single social media. They are all being run for free. And like text-based social medias and things like that nature, things like, Twitter, are a lot cheaper to run because you're not hosting quite as much user data. Video is some of the like heaviest user data out there. My VODs are several gigabytes a piece. But it is very difficult for any video-based platform to be profitable. They're kept around because they have cultural impact. That sounds so 1984, not scary, but yeah, but like, what's the alternative? In a capitalist society, unfortunately. There really is not a alternative in a capitalist society, because do you understand how expensive it is to host that much video content? Do you know how difficult it is to host and store this much video content? It is expensive. I produce every week usually at least 50 gigabytes of video content. And Twitch has to store all of that for thousands of people. Let me check how many streamers are on the platform. Okay, in November, there have been 6 million channels streamed in November. In November alone, there have been 6.5 million streamers, channels that have streamed. In an average day, over 1 million channels stream. 1 million. Now, most of those people stream shorter lengths than me at lower video qualities. But for me, I stream usually a minimum of 6 hours. It'll be anywhere depending on, like, especially recently, I've been doing a lot of streams that have ended at the 4 to 5 hour mark. But I stream on average anywhere from 5 to 8 hours at 180p, 30 frames per second. Sorry, at 1080p, 30 frames per second. An average VOD of mine is anywhere from 7 to 15 gigabytes. In an average week where I stream 4 times, I'm making anywhere from like 25 to 60 gigabytes of video content, not including things I do off stream. Twitch has to store most of that. And Twitch has to store that for 1 million people. So we'll like conservatively say that most people are not streaming at nearly as high settings as me or for nearly as long. let's say an average streamer generates, you know what, let's be extremely generous, 5 gigabytes of video content a week. That's more than that's actually less than a singular AE VOD. That is less video data than a singular AE VOD, but for the hell of it, let's assume most people stream once or twice a week for a couple hours, and they only generate about 5 gigabytes of video content. We're still dealing with like 5 million gigabytes of data a day. A day. All of which has to be stored and processed. And, you know, Twitch does have ways of storing content at a lower file size. But no matter how you compress that, no matter how much you compress it, that is a lot of data. That is an immense amount of video data that needs to be available to be pulled up at any moment by any user. All this to say, it is really hard to make a business like Twitch profitable. Because that is so much hard drive space. And given the goal of me and a lot of other content creators is to eventually live full-time off of our art, existing on a platform that is not optimal for that, you know, existing on anything but the most popular platforms is difficult. Sure, we could theoretically have someone come around and make an alternative. You know, the rich furries could come up and make their own streaming service. It is never going to be able to compete with Twitch because it's going to have a smaller viewer base and therefore a lower revenue and a lower ability to pay its content creators. And that sucks. That really sucks. Trying to make a profit and live as a content creator is really hard. It is my dream. Unfortunately, it does mean that oftentimes we are beholden to the will of pretty shitty companies that have a lot of power and a lot of interest in controlling social culture. Well, at least when the AI bubble bursts, we'll have plenty of processor thingies suddenly available to help with this, hopefully. I mean, okay, not actually, because the main thing that AI is using, the main things that they are buying up are GPUs. So unfortunately, probably not. GPUs don't store files. It's primarily going to free up a ton of GPUs. The nice thing is that the market for GPUs is going to, like, probably fall the fuck apart and GPUs are going to get really cheap. Who knows, maybe when the AI bubble bursts, I'll upgrade to, like, a fucking 4060 or some shit. God knows those are about to get real cheap. Yeah, like, fucking specifically GPUs are gonna get a lot cheaper. Rich Free's already made an alternative, it's called Picardo, yeah, and it's not profitable or successful. I'm gonna be so real, the only reason anyone streams on Picardo, the only people who stream there are artists who are working on NSFW art, because it's the only place where you can stream NSFW art, and it's not possible to really profit over there. I've known people who have streamed on Picardo, and they've mentioned, like, yeah, they only do it when they're working on art that they don't feel safe working on their main streams. They don't make money over there. It's a place for their NSFW art. Then I'll be able to have a nice computer. Chat, do you think my theory is right? I need someone to tell me if they think my theory is right. Because chat, it'd be really nice to have, like, an actual up-to-date GPU when, you know, the AI bubble falls apart. I think that might be when I upgrade my GPU. I'm currently running a 2070 Super. Don't know enough about it, but it'd be cool if you were right. I think I might have something. I think, like, there's gonna be a lot of used GPUs on the market and stuff. Which will be fun toys for the rest of us. I hope so. I hope that's how it works out. I want to be correct. We might have to wait a few months to get our supply recycled, probably, but you know. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes. I do think, with all the love in the world, this is probably going to be a 4-hour stream because while we're 2 hours in, I'm still definitely feeling a little bit of the weed, and I kind of have a lot of stuff I need to catch up on tonight, which means we'll probably only be going until about midnight rather than 1 a.m. Just warning you all of that in advance, but don't worry, I will be here on Friday. Unless things go horribly wrong, I am guaranteeing a Friday AE appearance because I'm not gonna leave y'all with less than fucking 3-4 hour streams. That's the minimum y'all get. I'm not gonna leave y'all with less than that. So I will try my best to lock in and guarantee Friday's appearance. But at the ad break in about 10 minutes, we're probably gonna move on into the game. Or they'll just destroy all of them and throw them in a landfill because capitalism. I hope that's not what happens, and that is a scary possibility, actually. I mostly just want more storage for my digital stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. Hard drives are expensive. I would genuinely recommend people invest in an external hard drive if they're able. External hard drives are very cool. External hard drives are very cool and fun. I like them. For my count, Picardo has 335 viewers with 189 of them being in the furry category. That's right now, yeah. And like I said, it's not a platform where you can really like make a living. It's primarily, again, a place that people go to work on their NSFW art. Let me peek at Picardo because I haven't been on there in a long time. Yeah, it's literally like there's people who are doing it's mostly a place for art and different types of drawing, and people, you know, a handful of people on the platform making their art. Oh, it is a small platform. So like it's really hard to make a meaningful alternative to something like Twitch, you know. It's unlikely that there's going to be a successful one. Like the most successful alternative that has like risen up was Kick, and Kick sucks for other reasons. The reason that Kick succeeded is because they very much worked to appeal to like the right-wingers and Nazis and transphobes who wanted the right to do hate speech without getting punished. Because they had virtually no restrictions for that stuff over on Kick. Looks like the biggest stream on there right now is Markiplier's brother drawing his long-running furry webcomic. Sorry, I feel like I feel like a bomb was just dropped on my brain. That is a sentence. That is a brand new sentence in my world. What the fuck do you mean Markiplier's brother? First of all, 1, Markiplier has a brother. 2, Markiplier's brother is a furry. 3, Markiplier's brother, who is a furry, is like one of the most popular Picardo streamers. I feel like I just had a bomb dropped on my brain. Isn't Markiplier's brother famously a furry? I didn't know Markiplier had a brother. Chat, I didn't know Markiplier had a brother. I'm learning things. What? I mean, like, cool, good for him. I'm also a furry, no shame. I'm just surprised. Like, no shame. Live your best fucking life. I'm also a furry. But, like, what? Already know of Mark's Furry's brother's webcomic, but haven't read it. Oh my god. Chat, I'm learning things in real time. The author of Two Guides, one of the most well-respected furry webcomics, has been running for more than a decade. Oh my god. I need to check this out, I guess. Oh my, chat, I live under a rock. I live under a rock. I just live under a rock. I'm sorry. I'm not normal. My entire existence is spent, like, living under the largest boulder you've ever seen. God damn it. It's really, really good ASL representation. I mean, that's really cool. We love to see it. I'm glad that it's, like, a good, well-respected webcomic. I'm glad he's, like, thriving. God knows, like, furry artists deserve the world. What do you mean a rock you live in an archive? Yeah, sorry, I've been living in an abandoned library reading books published like a decade ago. I'm sorry. I'm not up to date with internet culture. Anyway, what the fuck? Under a slightly different rock where I know a lot about some things, nothing about other things. Also real. Also real. Chat, we do our best around here. We do our best around here. Low-key. I am really excited, cause for tomorrow. I'm probably gonna end up staying up real late tonight, like working on things, catching up on other responsibilities, but tomorrow I'm gonna get home around 8 p.m. And my plan is to spend my entire evening and then all of Friday morning working on this new video idea I have. I just need to catch up on a couple chores tonight. Like, I'm actually so excited about this. I mostly know about 2 kinds for trans reasons. Does it have, like, good trans rep, too? Sometimes in the middle of the day, my friend and I ask things like, what is a blep? And she explains NSW terms to me because she's the best. You know what? Also valid. We love that. We love the people who do educational deeds in our lives. You know, I kind of want to look into this though. Chat, it is such a good feeling to be like excited about an idea, and I'm hoping the serotonin and dopamine created by this new video essay idea lasts me into tomorrow, so like I can really just pump this out. I want to get this out by the end of the month. But I'm gonna look into this actually. We're looking up 2 kinds, because why not? Fuck it. Oh my god, why is the art on this like really cute? One sec. So apparently, chat, this here is 2 kinds. This is the furry comic of Markiplier's brother. I think, like, I'm just learning about this, but damn. That's a really nice art style. Like, it's very simple, it's very cartoon, but I'm a big fan of like simple cartoon styles. Simple cartoon art style, definitely one of my favorites. And you can tell there's a lot of technical skill in it as well. Like, the shading works great. The use of color, it's very soft. How am I only just now learning about this? How am I only just now learning about this? Squirrel. 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 Hello, Vexgal, how are you doing? We're looking at a furry webcomic that apparently is by Markiplier's brother. You know what? We love that. We love that. We adore that. Listen, I'm a furry. I love fellow furries. I think that furries are responsible for some of the coolest art on the internet. And while I do not currently have a furry version of my model, I hope to have one again soon. This is cool. This is genuinely cool. I've seen that art style at a con. Oh. The art style changed over time, of course. I mean, still, it's a very, like, good art style for what it is. Like, I love the very simple cartoon style, and there's definitely a lot of skill in it. Like, I love when you see... Okay. The reason I comment on it is because, like, simple cartoon art styles are kind of notoriously lambasted. Not notoriously, but are oftentimes lambasted as being, like, easy and dumb and, like, learn a more advanced technique. And I firmly disagree with that. You can still see a lot of technical skill in a lot of very simple art styles, and I think that deserves more appreciation. Seeing an art style with so much technical skill behind it, I love that. Hello, Lucky, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Hello, Vexgal, this is a furry webcomic made by Markiplier's brother. Hello, Wonder, how are you doing? Bark, bark, bite, bite. Lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well. Can we get a shout out for Wonder? I love Wonder. I'm so sorry for missing your stream today, Wonder. I was extremely high. I slept for 10 hours today. To be fair, I probably needed the sleep. I had been sleeping like less than 4 hours a night for the past week. But I slept for 10 fucking hours after getting high off my ass. I did not expect. I woke up today, right as I was supposed to go live, going, oh, I'm really high still. I had taken an edible 16 hours beforehand, 10 milligrams, but I'm a fucking lightweight. I was still feeling high. And I was like, guys, I need like an hour. I started stream, still a little bit high. It's finally ending. No worries, I'm so jealous. Hey, we're thriving. Yeah, we had the Friendsgiving event, Lucky. Sad you couldn't make it. But no, how are you doing, Wonder? It's lovely to see you. Ad will be hitting soon. I was going to jump into Hades right after the ad, but actually I want to keep talking about this. I want to keep looking at this webcomic a little bit longer. I've actually been reading it for a while. It took a while to hook me, but it's an interesting story. Valid. I mean, no promises that it would end up hooking me, but like, I think furries are responsible for some of the coolest art on the internet. I think furries make some of the coolest, most transgressive art out there, and we fucking love it. Doing really well, about to go EP simply because I have the grandma schedule that you hate me for. Yeah, I hate you so much. God, I hate Wonder. Chat, Wonder's like literally the worst. She goes to sleep like right after I wake up. This is evil. She's evil and she's targeting me by having a healthy sleep schedule. Hope all is well on your end. I'm biting you affectionately. I'll explain the term transgressive in a moment. I apologize. I've got like 10 million thoughts in my head. I need to kind of get them out in like an order that makes sense before I forget them. Okay, Wonder, I do want to say, hey, you know how I was talking about doing that protest video essay, and I've been talking about it for the last 5 months, and I've been in such a deep hole about it for so long that like nothing's happening, and it's forced into my ongoing depressive episode. I've decided, fuck it, I'm gonna make a different video essay, and I can come back to this idea later, or not. I'm gonna make a different one. I'm done sitting here spending 5 months staring at a script making no progress. I decided last night, no, I'm making a different video. We're gonna do something smaller and easier, and maybe it'll help. Maybe I'll decide I never want to make that video. It's fine. I'm tired of grinding on this video and having still only like 2K words written and being stuck in this hellhole. I want to talk to you about my new video later though. I want to talk to you about the idea. I love talking to other leftists about my video ideas and seeing what topics they bring up because it gives me more shit to talk about. Because sometimes I don't think about things from every angle. So expect a DM in the next 48 hours about my next video. Scream every single idea of me always. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, friend. Hee hee. It's gonna be about AI and necroviolence, so it's a little bit intense, but I think it's a very interesting angle on the ongoing generative AI issue. But an angle of it that not enough people are talking about a scary possibility that was brought up at a potluck last night. Alright, I'm gonna go put this energy drink away before I down the entire thing, but it's lovely to see you, Wonder. I can't believe you're so mean to me on the internet. Love you. Love you, friend. Okay, I'm back. The energy drink is in the fridge. I can no longer overdose on caffeine. Thumbs up. Hello, Peru Peru. We're talking about furry art. We're talking about furry art. And I will continue my furry art ramblings in just a moment. Alright, alright. Okay. So, while we were talking about all of this, I referred to furry art as transgressive and talked about how I adore furry art for the fact that very often it is some of the most transgressive art out there. And Emmyberry asked, what does transgressive mean? Well, to be transgressive is to basically step past boundaries. To be transgressive is to look at the boundaries of what is acceptable and to overstep them intentionally. I oftentimes refer to myself as transgressive. I definitely think my root desire, my core desire as a person is to transgress. I am the type who, wherever and whenever possible, my deepest held desire and motivation is to look at the boundaries ahead of me and push them. I want to overstep the boundaries. I want to go too far. I want to be the problem. And I would argue that, like, I've talked before about how punk is almost a gender to me. And when I say that, what I mean is that my core desire and my core need out of, like, gender and its performance is to transgress. I'm the kind of person who, as I start to pass as more masculine, I want to transgress the boundaries of what is okay to be masculine. And the only reason I don't do that now is because it's really hard for me to get to that point of passing, you know? I desire to take the boundaries of what is acceptable of gender and push past them. Etc, etc. To transgress is my greatest desire and a motivator. So much of my expression as a punk is based around the desire for transgression. Now, the thing with transgression is that inevitably, as you transgress, the things you are transgressing against become acceptable. And in fact, the goal of transgression in part is that eventually, inevitably, the boundaries you are pushing stop existing. As I continue to transgress the boundaries of gender, as I continue to transgress the boundaries of, like, furrydom, of acceptable behavior, eventually the boundaries that I'm transgressing loosen. Eventually the things that I do stop being transgressive as they become socially acceptable. And I'll be honest, that is a complicated thing for me, because ultimately I do think the goal of transgression is that eventually the things you do become acceptable. I think that's the proper goal of any transgressive action. I also find personally that I lose a lot from my transgression no longer being at my core. It's why I will sometimes state that, like, I don't know what happens to someone like me after the revolution. I am someone for whom my greatest desire and joy is in the act of transgression, in pushing boundaries, in fighting. And I don't know what place I hold in the world when that's over, when there is nothing left to transgress against. You know, I was having this conversation with a friend the other day, actually. About how I don't know what happens to me when I am out of boundaries to defy, when I no longer have an authority to upend. Because I find my existence kind of empty in that situation. But ultimately, for me, my greatest joy is in being what people tell me that I'm not supposed to be. My greatest joy is in transgressing the bounds of what is socially acceptable. My greatest joy is full and honest and loud expression of the things that make normal people gawk at me. There's an answer to this, but you probably won't like it. What is that? I'm curious. I agree there's always people who need, like, you to fight for them. Like, I agree with that, but I'm talking about, like, in my own terms of gender and shit like that, you know? Like what happens when we end up in a world where gender expression is open and easy and perfect and everyone has the right to express how they want and no one ever bothers you about that? What happens to someone like me? I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. I'll probably find some comfortable space to exist in, some form of authenticity, and I'll probably still be loud and punk. Well, okay. That's not entirely true. I'll get into that note later. I'll probably find some kind of comfortable space to exist in, but if that world were to ever come to pass, I lose a lot of what it means to be me. And I agree, it's probably not going to happen in my lifetime. It's not a realistic thing to worry about, and that's why I don't worry about it. It is not, if I am honest, a realistic concern. We are not going to destroy gender and end up in like a you know, gender anarchy kind of world in my lifetime. That is going to be difficult to accomplish if it ever happens, but like, so that's why I don't worry about it. But like, what does happen to someone like me in that world? Hello, Devenko, lovely to see you. Good morning indeed. A philosophical quarry? Yeah. This is also like, this is a thing you'll see said in the punk community a lot. In an ideal world, there will be nothing to be punk about. In an ideal world, punk doesn't exist because there is nothing to be punk about. In an ideal world where we have fought and won and bettered everything, in a world where we have succeeded in our revolutionary efforts, punk doesn't exist anymore because there's nothing to be punk about. To be punk is to resist authority. To be punk is to fight against, fight for a better world. To be punk is to look at the government and to defy them. To be punk is to care about your community and fight for it. In an ideal world where we have instilled anarchy, where we have, you know, done a revolution, punk doesn't exist anymore. The goal of punk is to eradicate itself. And I think that's always such an interesting note. I'm sure once the revolution succeeds, they'll be able to get re-education for us. Christ. In an ideal world, punk becomes simply an aesthetic. Yeah, exactly. And at that point, it's not punk anymore. In an ideal world, punk stops existing, and that's a really messy notion that sometimes I have difficulty swallowing, but at the same time, it's unrealistic that it'll pass in my lifetime, and so I keep fighting. There's no point worrying about it until we've hit that point, and, well, I don't think we're hitting that point anytime soon. We got a lot of fighting ahead of us. I mean, I don't think that's even the ideal, Rain Bestie. I think, like, the ideal for me being your resident chaotic Enfield is fucking I win the revolution and I go back to living in the woods. You know? I win my revolution and I go back to living in the woods. But I personally think that there will always be waves of punk needed in our community. I worry a lot about that being, how do I say it, co-opted. I don't know. I think in an ideal world, there's nothing to be punk about. But until that day comes, I'm not going to worry about it, because there's a lot of fighting ahead. I think there will be a future like that where everyone will be free to express themselves, but I remember the world casual is not universal. In every country, every city, every district is known micro world instead of the macro one. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That is very true, and I don't imagine that's going to be any different after the revolution. In fact, I kind of look forward to a world where people are more invested in their smaller communities. Hello, Chuckling Bird. Good time zones all. Hope everyone's doing all right. I am doing all right. I'll be honest. I had to delay stream by an hour because I took an edible last night and I was still high. I think I'm finally out of it though. I think I'm finally mostly out of it. Caffeine helped a little bit. I took an edible in 16 hours. I was like, oh no. I took an edible last night. I stuck around, hung out with my friends for like 3 hours, went home thinking, yeah, it's starting to die down. I'm chill enough to drive myself home. I was fine. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. I continued to be mildly high for the next like 12 hours. I got home at like 6:30 in the morning, and I continued to be mildly high for the next 12 hours. Actually, it was like 7:30 in the morning. It happens. It happens. Finding more music for weekly recommends at the moment. Hope you got this. Good luck, good luck. Fine is subjective, fine is subjective. You know, I gotta keep an eye out for recommendations, or not recommendations, but like new releases from some of my tiny local bands that have like 9 monthly listeners, so I can throw them at you when it happens. Oh, is there a new release from, Terran? One sec. I might have one for you right now. Are y'all on YouTube? Give me a second. I might have a recommendation for you to add to your list. I wonder if it's on YouTube though. That's the one thing I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I've got something for you. I listened to it on Spotify, I believe, but I've got one for you. So this is Terran Cody, a song called "The Strangers" by Terran Cody with 1 view on YouTube. Uploaded 6 days ago. I've met this musician. I've been to multiple of their shows. There you go. "The Strangers" by Terran Cody. You can find it on their YouTube. You might have to look up so the way I found it, because it's technically under both their artist name and their individual name. You'll probably have to go. It's a lot easier to find under the X Dirty Fingers channel. So if you look up X Dirty Fingers, you'll find their YouTube, and then it's just 1 view on there. Because again, I love listening to obscure musicians. I love listening to weird, obscure musicians. Perfect. I love listening to weird Florida-based folk punk. And it's all very obscure. If I didn't have a job that drug checked me, I'd probably be right there with you. Completely valid. I am lucky that I don't have that pressure on me. Used to have a niche trap artist from my hometown. All of us vibed with him and his music wasn't bad. But our niche trap artist used to throw around bags, and for the last 2 years been behind bars. Oh no. I do not have a niche artist anymore in my playlist. Oof. Unfortunately, shit like that happens. Nah, I'm very, very lucky that there's a very thriving folk punk scene near me. Find it adding to list? Hell yeah, glad I could help. I had every band you message on Jay personally, and I'm glad. I'm glad that they're getting some more listeners from all around the world, you know? Don't tell them I sent you. They don't know who I am. The issue is a lot of these artists that I recommend are people who like I've met at live shows and had personal conversations with. Some of them I am on like a casual, like we're not, some of them I am friends with actually. But most of them like they know who I am, or they recognize me in person. But they don't know that I do this. They don't know that I do this. Don't tell them I sent you. You need to make a spreadsheet or something? I have like 8 tabs open and 3 of them are making noise. Hang in there. How did y'all Spotify Wrapped or YouTube Music Recap turned out? For some reason, folk punk was not my most listened to genre. In fact, it didn't even show up on my list, but I'm not surprised. There's like one band I'm surprised didn't make my top 5, but I'm not surprised about anything that was there. The song that I expected to be my most listened to song was my most listened to song. Keys to the City by Pigeon Pit is my favorite song. I'm gonna be seeing Pigeon Pit live next week. I'm very excited. Yeah. Yeah, don't embarrass me in front of the musicians who recognize me in person. Imagine if they were all planning to jump you on stream at once and the dates are being difficult. That would be really funny. Imagine fucking Quill Darling and Terran Cody and Adam from Dumpster Meds all showed up in my stream. I'm not like, you know, I'm only friends with like a couple of the local musicians, but there's a lot of them that I'm like mutuals with on social media and chat with casually whenever I see them at events. I don't know how to be a person. I'm shy. But yeah, mine was pretty solid. I listened to a lot of albums. But it was my most listened to artists were Pigeon Pit, The Front Bottoms, Apes of the State, Sister Wife Sex Strike, and Hi, I'm Case. No one is surprised by this outcome. I'm just surprised that Chase Petra didn't make the list, you know? Big stretch. Can't find it? Look up X Dirty Fingers. Just look up, just Google X Dirty Fingers and click on their YouTube channel. It's the X Dirty Fingers topic channel and you'll find it on there. Did my music just end? No! Give me my Pokemon Winter music. I need it. I need it to support my yap. I forgot to continue yapping at the furry comic. I got so distracted talking about punk shit and what it means to be transgressive that I forgot to continue talking about the furry content. Anyway, furries are responsible for some of the most transgressive art out there. Like, being a furry already kind of makes you socially a weirdo. And when you're already socially... Okay. So here's what it is. Furries and furrydom by its very nature appeals to people who are already socially othered, so autistic people, queer people, disabled people, because oftentimes the feeling of being animal adjacent is very much embraced by people who are of, you know, non-normative cultures. The furry fandom further propagates itself as being non-normative. When you're already a community largely built up out of queer people, disabled people, folks who are othered, obviously it becomes a safe space to further explore weird niche things. And this can include weird kink. This can include different expression of gender and sexuality. This can include entire communities forming around niche autistic interests. Entire sub-communities of, you know, just look at Protogen's entire sub-communities building out of weird autistic interests. It's all over the place. It happens constantly. And when I say that furries are transgressive, I mean because of their othered status and the wide range of forms of otherness that exist within their circles. You end up with a lot of art that challenges status quos and challenges norms. Furries create transgressive art because they themselves are by their existence transgressive. Yeah, when you're already othered, why not go all out and enjoy it? Exactly. And I love furry art for its transgression. Because why not? I remember seeing similar things in the MLP community growing up on the internet side. Yeah, 100%. They also did a lot of weird transgressive art because they were already weird and othered. It's the My Little Pony fandom is largely composed of, at least when it comes to bronies, men who are into feminine interests and are inherently othered for it, who were usually neurodivergent or nerdy or not traditionally masculine, and it provided a space for them to explore that and, again, be transgressive. And were there weird things that came out of that? Yeah. But I still think it's cool and worth it and kind of beautiful. Shoutouts to my homies who are so autistic about PMD, they created an entire homebrew tabletop RPG system to have Pokemon cast Eldritch Blast. I love that. I love that so much. I want to play that. I was a brony once, now I'm a Pegasister, so valid, Leo. I did the opposite. I went the opposite route. Me as a mouse furry with a special interest in the construction of historical clothing, also real and valid. And this is apparently like a very well-known and well-respected piece of furry fucking art and culture, and you know what? We love that. You can see, I'm guessing this is some of like the old art style that it has since shifted, and you can actually really see the growth in technical skill going from that art style to this. The increase in technical skill is genuinely astounding. God, I hope my own art shows that level of increase in technical skill someday. It's fucking lovely. We love a well-respected piece of fucking furry art. I kind of want to read this. I don't know if this is something I would read on stream or something I would. It's probably best something that I read like on my own time. It's probably not smart to read this on stream, but I'm not gonna lie to you, the temptation is there. And I very much wish I was someone with the time and energy to like make my own massive comic like this, to be honest. I need to get back on the writing and storytelling grind. It's been so long. I fuck with furries a lot, really genuine. It's a small, very scarce community here in Bulgaria. Just so happens to have a furry in my uni class. Homegirl for real, amazing person. Not even, even if I'm not a furry, support everyone who expresses their hobby freely, 100%. Like, that's how I felt for a long time before I did kind of fall down the furry rabbit hole myself. They are just genuinely those such wonderful people who desire to just freely express their identities and selfhoods and art in unique, transgressive ways, and I love that. We love furries. We love furries. Thought it must be the Pegasus part of Pegasister and didn't fit such egg thoughts. I'm trans. I'm a trans boy, Equus. No, it's really funny. Chat, throwback. There was this really funny moment. One time when I was in the car with a good friend of mine. I'm not gonna out this friend because I don't know if they want me talking about this story publicly. But I was in a car with this one friend and I was driving. We were driving down the Florida Turnpike. And we're talking about like the future and like having kids and shit. And I'm like, yeah, I could never have a kid. I don't know. The thought of it has always grossed me out. The like physical mechanics of it make me very uncomfortable. And this friend, I know. Okay. This friend, as I'm talking about how like I could never, you know, have a kid myself, says to me, I don't know. I could see you getting a girl pregnant someday. And I am in control of this car. I am actively driving down the highway, but I cannot stop myself from just turning and staring and slowly blinking. They, despite being trans themselves, had forgotten. They, despite also being trans, had forgotten that I was also trans. And I'm like, hey, with all the love in the world, something mechanical ain't gonna work there. You give up that vibe, to be honest? Do I? Just finished my coffee and cig, so I'm gonna have to leave now. No worries. Good luck with uni. You got this. You got this. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for being here. I appreciate everything you do. Honestly, the cultural perspective you provide is very welcome and appreciated. You take care of yourself. Sorry for not like fully addressing it. I'm a little bit disorientated and all over the place today, but lovely to see you. All the best. And good luck. Keep on fighting for Bulgaria. Keep on fighting for change. Hello, Moto. Lovely to see ya. Advancements in science fully allow this activity. See, I still have no desire for kids, but just this friend who is, again, also trans, going like, I don't know, I can see you getting a girl pregnant, was like, what the fuck? Big impregnator. Chat, do I have big impregnator energy? Do I seem like someone who could get a girl pregnant? When you want to be a DNA donor? No thanks. No, I'm very mentally and physically ill. And while I would never tell other disabled people to not have kids because of their disabilities, I am not equipped to care for someone who has my particular set of disabilities. Like I don't say this in a, oh, disabled people shouldn't exist. I don't want a kid to be forced to have to deal with my disabilities. I say this as a, I do not have the resources to care for someone who would have my kind of issues, you know? It's not a matter of, oh, I don't want to bring another disabled person into the world. It is a matter of, it would require a lot of money, time, and patience that I do not have. You know? Any kid I have would very likely require a lot of medications and therapy, and accessibility tools that I don't even necessarily have the resources to afford myself. I, and that's okay. And that's all right. If I don't see this happening to me anyway. I cannot see myself like being the primary caretaker of a child. And I'm aromantic. The thought of being in a long-term, especially monogamous relationship is deeply uncomfortable for me. But were I to ever end up in a situation where like I was partially responsible for a kid, I'd be open to, you know, say I ended up in a strong, some kind of platonic partnership or unit of whatever form. You know, say that were to happen. I'd be fine with, like, the people I'm involved with, like, adopting a kid and me being a, you know, aiding in the care of that child. I could never be a primary caretaker of a kid. And I would never want them to be biologically related to me because I don't have the resources to deal with that. And that's okay. I think it's okay to acknowledge that. Again, and it's not a matter of, you know, I don't want a kid to have my issues. It's just a matter of I don't have the resources to be the caretaker of a kid who does have those issues. You'd be a super cool uncle. Oh yeah, no, I would love to one day be the weird queer uncle to like my friends' kids. I kinda low-key look forward to some of my, like, of course I don't want this to happen too soon because I do want to, have more time to be silly and be reckless with my friends. I want us to enjoy our 20s and continue doing drugs and staying up until 4 a.m. making dumb choices and shit. I want to continue having those moments. But I also do look forward to the day where some of my friends have kids and I become the weird uncle who like visits and keeps an eye on them because the parents need a night out or some shit, you know? I look forward to being the guy that my friends call because, like, you know, I'm a full-time streamer and I have a few nights a week off and not too many responsibilities, so it's not hard for me to, like, come over and hang out with their kids for a few hours while they have a date night or some shit, you know? I look forward to that being the case someday. I'm not ready for it quite yet. Who's messing with it? I don't fucking know. It's no eyes for you and Moto going back and forth, it looks like. The wine uncle, the vodka uncle, actually. Having a niece who's great, we hang out and I chase her around when we're both tired. I hand her off to mom and dad. Also valid. Also valid. No, like, I hope one day to be the weird uncle to my friends' kids. Not quite yet. Let's wait until we're in our 30s for that, you know? I'm the weird punk uncle. I'll wait until my 30s for that, but it'll happen someday, and I hope for it. I want to be the weird uncle. Adult total points, you win. Damn, I'm so sorry, Moto. I'd love to have a kid someday, but at the moment I'm just thinking about a cat. Also valid, also valid. I have similar things about animals, and part of this comes down to me being an animal myself. I love my friends' animals, but I cannot see myself being the full-time caretaker of an animal either, you know? I cannot see myself being the full-time caretaker of an animal either. Big stretch. As an honor, it's pretty great. I can imagine so. Shithead alone in the corner. He's my little guy. He's my little guy, okay? Okay? He takes care of himself. He takes care of himself. Alright. I will say that this furry comment, like, there is a big part of me that is tempted to just read it on stream. I feel like that'd be bad content and probably weird to do without permission. But the temptation is there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, the temptation is there. I don't know how long it is. Can I, how would I find out how long it is? There's at least 1,272 pages. What? What? That's so many! I'm gonna read this later. It's a horrible idea, but I'm gonna read this later. I'm gonna pass out, Mr. Famous Streamer Man. You take care, Moto. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. When's the last time you gave Shithead some sunlight? He doesn't need it. He produces enough vitamin D on his own. It's not that long, but it's still a lot to read, you know? You could make a career out of this. Hello, CJ. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. We're talking about furry art and how wonderful furry art is and how much I appreciate the existence of furry art. Low-key, this frame is very funny to me because the difference in technical skill between the paw and, like, the everything else here. The difference in technical skill between the paw and the hair here is really funny to me. Wait, I'm a Homestuck. Disregard my opinion on a comment. Like, oh, I'm also a Homestuck. Don't worry. Before I started streaming, I was actually best known for being a Homestuck voice actor. If you were around the Homestuck fandom, especially in like 2020, sorry, like 2018 through 2020, like 2, you've probably heard my voice before. I am best known for. Now, the HRT has shifted this voice around a little bit, so it's not quite as high as it used to be, but I want to start, like, voice training to get back on top of it again, and really get it where it used to be. Really get it up to that high tone. But I am best known for my work voicing Terezi in a handful of fan projects. What do you mean you know who I am? What the fuck do you mean? Hello? I'm a recent One Piece enjoyer personally. Valid. I could never. I have trouble consuming long pieces of media because of the attention span and like dopamine that is required to get through them. To get through a long piece of media, especially like if it has a slow release period or is still actively being released, I need to hyperfixate on it. Which reminds me that I need to finish watching Umamusume. I got to the last episode of Umamusume and then I stopped watching because the serotonin ran out. My favorite thing about long-running comics is comparing the first comic to the spread over the top. Oh, 100%. I think it's the shift in technical skill in older webcomics can be really fun. Like, look at that difference in technical skill. That's genuinely really impressive. We love to see the growth over time. And to be fair, with over 20 years, with over 2 decades, yeah. Real. That makes sense. Highly recommend JoJo for you. I literally could never. Sure, certain parts are short. The whole of it is way too long and I would die. The whole of it is just way too long for me to reasonably consume. Couldn't do it. Thank you for the text to E, Connie. Get back here. Get back here. Have you been spying on me? Get back here. Have you been spying on me? I was big into Homestuck at the time. I was also just in big spaces for different fan projects. So when you say you know me, do you just mean, oh yeah, I probably came across your work, or do you specifically know what projects I was on? Because I have talked openly about some of those projects in the past, but like not recently, especially since everything has fallen apart in the Homestuck fandom and those projects have all been like canceled. But like I need to know now. I need to know how much context you have on who I am. Because if I recall correctly, you're very new to the community. I'm like, what am I missing? No actual shame or upset. I'm just like, hello? Sassy was clearly inside your walls. I can't believe you've been spying on me this whole time. I can't believe this. I can't believe you do this. I heard the voice and knew instantly. No! I've been found. I've been fucking found. So yeah, I've done a lot of work for Funk McLovin over the years. And it's been really funny jump scaring even some of my IRL friends with the fact that I'm personal friends with her. that I've done a lot of voice acting for them over the years. Like it's really funny. I'll mention, like I'll talk about Homestuck with some of them, and they'll bring up like a fan project that Funk McLovin did, and I'm like, oh yeah, I did voice acting for her for like 5 years. I still do on occasion, just not for Homestuck shit anymore. I've also done like work for a handful of other projects, but most of my work was for her. I actually still use a clip from one of those projects as my follow alert and shit. The oh shit. God damn it. God damn it. We've been the wires this whole time. God damn you all. I did a lot of work for Homestuck Alternate Universe as well. Funk has been both the boon and bane of my life. Completely valid. I'm curious on why the bane element. I know there's been a lot of shit going on in the background with her, but she's the whole that I have known of her, she has been a wonderful person. Jesus fucking Christ. She's been a very good friend to me. Past 10 p.m. Do you know if your FOPS is watered? I should refill my water during the next ad break in like 20 minutes, but I am also thinking it is time for games soon, because I do really want to play Hades. That said, I did just accidentally open Blue Sky and see something hilarious. I hit the wrong button, but I feel like you all need to see this image. Was just about to say, is it attractive creature game time? Yeah, I think it might be game time in just a moment. Because I do really want to play some Hades 2 tonight. And you know what? We're gonna do 2 hours of Hades 2. We're probably hitting 5 hours tonight. I don't think I'm hitting 6 hours because I have responsibilities I need to get done before I have to, you know, go to bed. And we did start an hour late, but y'all will get 5 hours from me. I really want to play Hades, but not the homophobic dog. I know what you are. Chat, homophobic dog is one of my favorite memes. Do y'all, I'm sure you all know homophobic dog, but homophobic dog remains one of my favorite fucking memes to this day. Homophobic dog, my beloved. Hello, Jasper Noner. How are you doing today? I think this guy might be gay. You take care of me, Barry. All the best. All the best. Look at him. Let's hope it's just a face. He's so good. I know what you are. Just saw something LGBT. He is so good. Homophobic dog is so good. I would buy, like, if I was at a furry convention and I saw this button, I would buy it. I would buy it. We tackling them good memes. Oh, I was just about to start gaming, but I saw a funny thing. I saw a funny picture of homophobic dog, and I love homophobic dog. Homophobic dog is my everything. Facebook warned me about people like you. I do not know this. Okay, homophobic dog is a meme that circulated a couple years ago. And the funny thing is, the creators of the meme made it to like actually be homophobic, if I recall correctly. The people who created the homophobic dog meme did mean for it to be actually homophobic and did not know that the dog they used in that picture was owned by 2 gay men. It was a meme created by homophobic people for the purpose of being homophobic, and they accidentally used a picture of a dog who is gay, or who is owned by 2 gay people. And so homophobic dog, it was this particular image I believe was the first one, eventually went viral. Because everyone found it so hilarious that the dog that was being used as an emblem of homophobia to try and be homophobic was owned by gay people. And this is Whitney, the homophobic dog. They actually use a dog who is gay. Listen, I'm doing my best right now. I'm still suffering from a tiny bit of cannabis left over in my system, alright? Irony from the start and all the way down. And now gay people love homophobic dog. I love homophobic dog. Look at him. He's so good. Rather she. Her name is Whitney. She's wonderful. I keep forgetting that that the dog is a girl. My apologies. She is lovely. Thread. Okay, listen. I hate X. I hate Twitter. But thread of homophobic dog images. Are you gay? I don't think that's normal. Let's hope it's just a phase. Not too fond of gay people. I love this one because it's so polite. I love this one in specific, in particular, because it's so polite. It's like, you know, I'm not too fond of gay people. This dog is so homophobic that she made 2 gay dudes take care of her. Hiding from gay people. Bit fruity. Do I look gay? F-slur. I know what you are. And this is the iconic one, the I know what you are. Like, it's so good. Whoa, that's a little bit too gay. I love a homophobic dog. Oh yeah, I forgot about Packing Up Skittles Squad. Packing Up Skittles Squad is also a good one. Aren't you technically gay? Yes, literally. I am a trans mask individual. I am trans mask non-binary. And I am primarily attracted to men, but you know, so I don't have any strict lines around gender and attraction. I've been attracted to men, I've been attracted to women. I am primarily attracted to men and masculine presenting people, but like all women are hot, you know? So yes, I am gay. I call myself gay or queer because it's a lot easier than explaining the nuance of like, well, I'm non-binary, but I present masculine and I'm primarily into people who present more masculine, but women are also hot sometimes too, etc, etc. It's a lot of nuance, so I usually just call myself queer or gay. Cause I'm non-binary, it's always a little bit queer, you know? So yes, I am quote technically gay. And again, the queer community loves homophobic dog. Technically gay and homosexual. Technically not gay in that I'm sad. Love the misspelling of heterochromia to homophobia as well. Yeah, it's great. It's very funny. Gay people be like, I'm so cold. Pack It Up Skill Squad is amazing. I have a homophobic slur to say. Your pronouns mean nothing to me. Like, am I gay in the strict definition of, like, I am a man or a woman who likes the same gender? Not necessarily, because I'm non-binary and gender's a lot more nuanced than me, but, like, no relationship or attraction or activity that I engage in can possibly be straight, given I am non-binary, and I very much approach everything in my gender and sexuality as queer, you know? Intentionally as queer. I am queer, at my core. Very good friend group I was in, bonded over a shared love of Funk's vids, also because we were in Kamyosh Minecraft server together. I see, got it. Yeah, Funk McLovin. Honestly, I should message her again sometime soon. We chatted a couple months ago. We haven't talked a whole lot since the big, like, bad Homestuck censorship ship dropped with the predatory contracts and all of that. Especially because, like, she already was very done with the Homestuck fandom, and that very much caused her to take it all down and whatnot. We've chatted a couple times since about, like, the aftermath of it, but we haven't chatted too much recently. But I should check in on her sometime. I've done a lot of work for her. Oh, sorry, we're looking at a thread of homophobic dog memes because I love homophobic dog. Hi, Peru, welcome back. I love homophobic dog. It's like one of my favorite memes. Are you gay? Yeah, okay. That's the end of the homophobic dog memes. But like, it's genuinely one of my favorite memes. It's especially just made great by the irony of the fact that this is a dog named Whitney and she is owned by 2 gay men. and the homophobes accidentally, like in an attempt to be hateful, used a picture of a dog owned by 2 gay people. That's amazing. If you're non-binary and the opposite thing is binary, would a binary non-binary relationship be technically considered straight? What does that fucking matter? If you like me, you're queer. Who is Funk? So Funk McLovin, also known as JoJo. Her name is JoJo. They are a content creator on the internet who in the past primarily made content around Homestuck, Undertale, Deltarune, etc. She really doesn't have any like harsh limits on the content that she makes. She makes whatever makes her happy. She will one time did an entire like year where she released a song every single day. She has done various video essays, various like documentary style bits of content. She just makes whatever makes her happy, and oftentimes that is fan content for whatever her current like hyperfixation or interest is. And in the past, a lot of that has been Homestuck. And I was involved in a lot of those projects. I have like been one of the people so in the past, back when we were a lot closer, when I was actively in the Homestuck fandom before I started VTubing, I oftentimes was someone who would like read her stuff early before she released it, like a beta reader or watcher. I did a lot of voice acting for her. I was not like one of the primary people involved in her work, but I was someone who like she constantly consulted with and did a lot of voice acting work for her. They are really cool. They still do really interesting stuff, though it's gone in a different direction than what I'm interested in. Most of their current content surrounds the concept of Gnosticism, which I think is fascinating. I'm personally not involved in like any kind of like Christian circles, and so it can be a little bit uncomfortable to engage with at times. But I do think even if it is not in my wheelhouse, it's really interesting looking at like from a sociological and anthropological lens how religion manifests and whatnot, you know? This was 5 years ago now. We did a lot of BS together. Shame we never made any fan projects despite all of us being creatives. The group has since effectively dissolved. 3 of us still chat semi regularly, for 12 at one point. I know the feeling. I definitely know the feeling. Gnosticism, like the ideology and study of religion. How do you get into voice acting? I literally got into voice acting by being a fan voice actor for Homestuck projects. My entrance point into voice acting was knowing a bunch of Homestucks and doing fan voice work for their projects. My first ever paid voice acting opportunity was for Funk McLovin, for JoJo. Xenoblade series heavily focuses on Gnosticism. Oh, I see. I did not know that. My bad. No, that's VTuber lore real. I mean, as like an individual person, there's a lot of like a background and lore, for lack of a better term, into how I got into a lot of my current creative endeavors and interests. How I learned a lot of the skills that I now use. Like, there's a lot of backstory into how I became what I am now. But you know. So you need to find a small community and start volunteering my services there. It was a lot easier because I was in like, you know. First of all, I was a teenager who didn't have good quality microphones and whatnot, so I wouldn't have had a chance at getting into like any professional projects. But I was very lucky that like this was COVID times. There were a lot of people who were very passionate about projects and I happened to get involved in a couple of those projects. If you actually want to get into audio work now, I would recommend getting a decent microphone and going to websites like Casting Call Club. There are paid opportunities on Casting Call Club that you can audition for, but it does get tight. I'm gonna be honest, as much as it sucks, you might have to do some free work in the meantime to build up a background and build up your skills and eventually talk to a professional audio engineer about getting some kind of voice reel done. It sucks because like, I don't want people to be doing free work, and if you can get small paid projects, then cool. But you're probably going to be spending like a year or so doing free projects or doing projects for like 10 to 15 bucks before you actually get any professional work, because you need to get to a point where you can have a voice reel done. And your only options really for getting a voice reel done are either get practice now, do small projects for little to no pay, or take a voice acting class and learn what goes into that. But once you have some example work, whether that be from doing a class or from doing like small, low or minimal pay work, you can put together a voice reel, and then you can start getting into more professional things. Could ask artists if they're comfortable with you voicing their work, and if they say free, go ahead. Yeah. Like, there is also the option of getting involved in some simple, like, you know, fan dubbing of comics and whatnot. That's usually a chill thing to do. And can get you also work to eventually build up to a voice reel. But in any case, you need to eventually build a portfolio, enough of a portfolio to have a demo reel or voice reel put together, and that will require some amount of free unpaid work on your part, whether that be stuff that you're publishing on your own channels for fun. I've known a lot of voice actors who like have made voice memes just for fun, posted them on the internet, kind of blown up. And that gives you an opportunity to build a following portfolio as well, or by doing free work for other people. And sometimes those projects blow up, and now you have a project you can look at and say, okay, I'm going to take these, include them in my voice demo, and people are going to recognize that I voiced this character in this project, even if it was just unpaid work. Again, it sucks, but the voice acting community can be very competitive, and there's a lot of pressure for a very small number of roles. You need to build up reputation, you need to make connections, and you need to have portfolio. I wish there were options to get into these scenes that don't require doing free work, but like if you sustainably want to get in, that is honestly the best measure. Just get a decent mic, start experimenting, get to a point where you can put out a voice reel. I feel that I'm an adjacent to a lot of internet things, never enough to get recognized, always enough to surprise most peeps. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, like, I was on a hand... I've been involved in a lot of, like, you know, big internet projects. Especially in the Homestuck fandom, and I've been recognized for them a few times. And I'm also, like, very well known in my local punk scene. People know who I am. Hell, I've been to events, talked about those events on stream, and had people afterwards go, wait a second, you were that guy at that event! And I'm like, yeah, that was me. I have reputation, I get recognized and shit, but it wasn't until I started streaming myself and started doing this VTubing stuff where I really developed a reputation for who I am as an individual, you know? And it's been really nice having like legs to stand out of my own, to be honest. It's been very, very pleasant, very, very wonderful knowing that I have creative legs of my own to stand on now. I am my own creator. Not that I wasn't in the past, but I really have built something of myself here, and I'm happy for it. Have good news for you. People are recognizing you out in the wild. I mean, as a VTuber, oh, I know. People come into my stream and they're like, hey, I saw you on TikTok and whatnot, and I really need to buckle down and create more TikToks and create more content, because low-key, I have been slacking in that regard for a few months now, but like, I remember going to a furry convention recently, a few months ago back in August, and there was a VTuber meetup at the convention. I walk into this meetup, I am really shy because I'm nervous about like talking publicly about who I am. This is not long after getting doxxed and harassed and investigated by the FBI and whatnot, but I start chatting with a couple people, and you know, they ask me about my accounts and what I do, and I'm like, oh, I'm archivist, and I get recognized. People know who I am. People have heard of me or seen my work before, and that's a really, really cool feeling. That's a really, really cool feeling. I've only interacted with TikTok a few times for specific things. Having to make content for it would be the death of me. Yeah, TikTok sucks. Need to work on my projects more. Speaking of which, I've been thinking of changing my weekly music recommends to a blog format. I mean, why not? You know, some people might appreciate the things you're doing. I know one content creator whose entire deal is doing like independent recording on VTubers. Actually, I know two people who do this, where their entire like content, or the majority of their content, is them posting videos or blog posts. One of them does this in a shorts format. One of them does this on an actual blog, and they you know, write and or record and post things covering other content creators. Nothing wrong with doing something like that for independent music. Every couple times a week post a blog being like, here are some obscure songs I found this week. I think that's valid. Why not? But no, it's been really cool the past couple years as a creator, like building my own platform. And I would say that pretty confidently that I have exceeded the popularity of almost every single project I've ever been involved in. I think actually, I don't regret, no, sorry. There was one TikTok I posted that got 150k views. I think it's up to nearly 200k now. That 100% has successfully standed as the most popular, not even solo project I've been on. The most viewed thing that I've ever been involved in, whether it was a multi-person effort or just a thing of my own. It is by far the most popular, largest thing I have ever been involved in the creation of. And that's really cool that I kind of escaped the shadow of the big projects I've been on. Not that I am not grateful for those projects. I was happy to have the opportunity to build my creative skills and be part of smaller endeavors, but like I'm standing on my own as a creator now and that feels really good. That feels very, very good. And I encourage other people to make shit. I want to see people create. I think creation is wonderful and beautiful. I think the work that goes into exploring our creative skills and endeavors and putting them to paper and making worthwhile things is beautiful. And I'm really excited to work on my next video essay. I'm going to be shelving the protest video for a couple months to focus on something else, to just for the sake of getting a video out, and I'm kind of excited about it. Chat, how do I send an art portfolio? Do I just zip a folder with all my stuff or what? It depends on the format of the particular person you're sending your portfolio to. What I've done in the past is I've made a Google Drive folder, and I shoved all of my favorite art that I've done in a Google Drive folder, and then I send it to people. Alright. There's about, my god, fuck. Ad is about to hit. I'm sorry, folks. Hang in there through the ad. I will be back momentarily. I'm probably gonna go grab myself a quick snack during the ad break, because I'm a tiny bit hungry. But after that, we're gonna be jumping on into the game, okay? We are going to be gaming, and it is going to be good, and I am excited to video game. I like the idea of seeing people make fan art of my stuff. Listen, as someone who has had it happen, trust me, it is one of the best feelings in the world. Seeing people be so inspired by the things that I make, that they want to make their own things inspired by it, is really cool, endlessly enjoyable. When I get fan art, it is one of the best feelings in the world. When I get fan fiction, that shit, like my greatest desire, the thing that will have me know that I have made it, is the day that someone writes a fan fiction, an AU fanfic that's like very far divorced from me and my setting, and someone else makes an animatic based off of it. The day that happens is the day that I know I've won. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, hi. I have acquired, chat, for my snack 2 slices of cheese. That's a snack, right? 2 slices of cheese is a valid snack, right, chat? Chat, I will buy cheese for like the express purpose of working on a certain recipe or something, and then inevitably the cheese does not get used for that recipe, it just gets eaten straight and put in my body, you know? I will purchase cheese, like, okay, this is cheese as a topping for my grits, and then I never make grits, I just eat straight cheese. I bought these cheese slices specifically to put into my grits. Would an AEAU count if you went to another fandom setting? I think that'd be really cool. I think like an AEAU where you take me and my Ashton and put us in like a completely different setting, or sorry, in another like game or piece of media that you're interested in. I think that's really cool, genuinely. But what I also think is cool and definitely encourage is shit like, oh, I want AE Pirate AU, where you take me and my Ashton and you put me like in a pirate ship or something like that. Like, I don't know, that's the kind of shit I dream of. Someday. It will happen someday. I dream of like Dream SMP level fanfic and shit, you know? That's what I strive for. Sorry, getting coffee and heard straight cheese? Yeah, my snack is 2 cheese slices because I love buying cheese to use for recipes and then not using it for those recipes and just eating straight cheese. How about Plague Area? Listen, if you want to do like a post-apocalyptic AU, do it. AE slightly puppy-coated? I'm not puppy-coated, I'm only puppy-coated when I'm high. Fuck you. Shut up, I'm valid. Look at the handsome man. Hi, Sage. We're gonna be moving on into the game in just a minute. I'm just eating some cheese first. In fact, I should probably start opening the game, because we're literally 3 hours into stream, and I'm only planning on going for 5 hours tonight, because I have responsibilities later. So I should probably open the game. Hi, Safety. How are you doing today? Lovely to see you. What do you mean straight from the can? Who the fuck is getting cheese in cans? That sounds terrible, actually. AE, you are a bit puppy-coded that's coming from a former puppy girl. I am not puppy-coded. I am mutt-coded. I am a grown fucking mutt. I am a grown mutt, chat. That's not a puppy. There's a difference. Okay, genuine question. Are you people who are talking about canned cheese actually being serious? Because I don't believe you. Oh my, but I'm a grown mutt. I'm not a puppy. Canned cheese sounds like it's either nacho cheese or government cheese. I was eating slices of American cheese. Alright. I'm not serious, but canned cheese does exist. That is wild to me. Chat, I need to do errands soon. I don't want to run errands. I consider all doggo puppy. I'm not puppy. I am a grown mutt. How dare you? I want to be clear that I'm being playful in doing this. Like my firing back is all playful. You are allowed to call me a puppy if you want to. I am just gonna continue to be a bastard about it, okay? I promise. Just making sure that is clear. I know it's real, I've had it, it's not good. Why do you have it? Then why do you eat it? You didn't need to do that to yourself. I'm not puppy. Hi, Pancake, they're calling me a puppy. Chat's sitting here calling me a puppy. I'm brain dead and I do get you're still an adult. No. I'm not saying this being like, oh, you're calling me a child by calling me a puppy. I'm not saying that. I want to be perfectly clear. I want to be perfectly clear. I'm just... Okay. As a joke, I sometimes play up a little bit of toxic masculinity, and this is me doing that, okay? I sometimes, as a joke, play up a little bit of toxic masculinity because I think it's silly. Not because I actually, like, embody any kind of toxic masculinity. I intentionally try not to. But sometimes, for the funny, I will lean into that energy a little bit because it's silly. It's annoying. Like, toxic masculinity is stupid and bad, and sometimes it's funny to play into the trope of like, no, I'm a big, strong man. Finally, you're the title of Real Trans Person. I've watched an hour-long video on gender, albeit it was about Dark Souls, but it still counts. Have you watched mine yet? /J/silly. Hope you enjoyed. Congratulations. I love listening to hour-long video essays on gender. Want to get the icon color, but a friend of mine, didn't get the clicker? Thanks, Fia, for clicker training me. Aw, poor thing. We love Fia. Fia's wonderful. I hope Fia's been doing well. Assuming we're talking about the same Fia. But I mean, listen, it's a well-made collar. It's made in-house, I'm just saying. The biggest and strongest, exactly. Had canned cheese while camping in the Boy Scouts. That was a weird jamboree. Learned how to play Magic the Gathering in that one. You know what? Valid. No, I just think toxic masculinity can be a fun trope to play into sometimes because like actual toxic masculinity is bad. Don't get me wrong, but also it is a fun thing to parody, and sometimes as a trans masc person, being someone who does not like actually abide by that in my genuine gender expression, it can be really funny to just like, no, I'm so strong and masculine. How dare you? You know, you understand? It was actually a mythical poll. The entire channel's video essays on gender roles in Dark Souls. Interesting. I might have to peek at this sometime, even though I haven't played Dark Souls. There are games I would love to play, but are just definitely too hard for me, you know?
Excellent.
I'm curious, what do we have here for our things? So I've cleared 4 of these. The only one I haven't cleared is the Trial of Glory. Which is only a 3 difficulty. I might try this one again. For those who are unaware, we recently got our first kill on Chronos. So we could do another Underworld run to try and get another Chronos kill. We have not yet beat the surface, which I'm also tempted to try and do. We could try to get a successful surface run. Or we could go back down and do Chronos again. What do y'all think? First Chronos down, no surface runs down. Thoughts, chat. Thoughts. You definitely would enjoy the gameplay, but I believe the lore would be right up your alley. That's the thing. Like, there's a lot of games who I would genuinely enjoy if they just had an easy mode. And Dark Souls is one of those series. I think I would absolutely vibe with the world building and lore of Dark Souls if the game just had an easy mode. Another thing about this game is I want to steal Chaos's clothes, also valid. Looks like CJ wants us to go down and kill some time. We could do another Underworld run. We've yet to beat the surface yet, but we could. I wonder, chat, genuine question. Would y'all be upset at me if one of these days I decided I wanted to play Dark Souls but like found an easy mode mod? Would you guys be mad at me if I did that? Because I've gotten a little bit more comfortable recently with the notion of like modding games to make them easier and that people won't be upset at me. Like we ended up doing that with Deltarune, where I was getting frustrated at a boss fight, so I literally just cheated to give myself more health so I could get through it. Hades, I'm not gonna mod the hell out of because I can beat it. I know myself. Well, like, how do I say this? I have not struggled with Hades. Well, I have struggled a little bit with Hades, but I've been able to overcome it. We got a win on Chronos. I have not been feeling too frustrated. But I know a game like Dark Souls would probably do that to me. And if y'all would be okay with it, I would honestly be happy if folks wouldn't get mad to like find a Dark Souls easy mode. You know, let me look into this. Dark Souls easy mode. So is a thing. This is a thing. One sec. There is actually just a thing up here, a whole post that talks about just what to do to make the game as easy as possible vanilla, but like I'm gonna look through, and if there's a good Dark Souls easy mode mod out there, I might consider that. I use rare candies on a monotype run. Valid. Honestly valid. I don't know. You know what? Y'all, I'm seeing pretty much universally yeses. I would love to be able to play Dark Souls, and if you guys would genuinely be okay with me like modding the game to make it easier, I'll do it. I'll play them if y'all would be okay with me like finding it in easy mode. Because I know, Pyro, I understand what you're saying, that, like, it's made to be easy with exploits and whatnot. I need you to understand that I have trouble with, like, timed inputs, and I struggle with really bad, visual overwhelm and visual overload, where I get, like, you know, sensorily overloaded by visuals very easily, as well as really bad visual snow. So my vision is very bad. Anything that requires me to have any kind of reaction time or understand what's going on really fast on the screen is not a good option for me. People will tell me all the time that, oh, this game was actually super easy, you won't struggle with it, and then I struggle with it. But yeah. If y'all would genuinely be down for me to, like, mod Dark Souls to make it easier, I'll do it. Why not? Why not? I'll do some searching later to see if there's any, like, well-respected easy mode mods. The reason I have not done it, being perfectly honest, the only reason I haven't done it is because I was scared that people would be disappointed in me and that I'd end up with a bunch of, like, new people coming into chat who were mad that I was modding the game and whatnot. But after how well everyone handled it with Deltarune, it's had me a lot more comfortable with the idea. So fuck it. Fuck it. One thing I would suggest is that you mostly lock in how much easier you make it from the start so that you don't end up just sliding the game into being too easy every time there's a minor friction. Yeah, absolutely. Like fucking... If my thing, I will mod a game to be easier when I stop having fun. You know? If I stop having fun, I'm gonna make it easier, and I will oftentimes revert changes after a particularly hard fight. If I made, you know, let's say I end up with a particularly hard fight, I stop having fun, I will temporarily mod the game and then bring the difficulty back down later, when I am past whatever section is bothering me. That's the thing I'll do. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Having seen someone go through the worst of Dark Souls 1 yesterday, I would have to say go for it. Noted. Don't worry, chat will ban those games meant to be hard. People, thank you, chat. Genuinely. Dark Souls is a long game, though. Okay.
Too Tartarus.
I'm not necessarily opposed to playing long games. I just need to balance them with short games. I think, like, what I want to do going forward is have one long game and one short game at a time. Oh, they're all special based. They're all special based. Fuck you.
Imbued with greater strength.
Of course, they're all special based. The most annoying part of like my particular visual snow, by the way, for folks, I was watching a video essay, not a video essay, but like a video talking about this recently, and that's kind of what made me realize that this was, I knew this was a thing I experienced, but didn't realize it was a part of visual snow, is I have really bad trailing visuals, so like when I'm watching a moving image, I constantly have like the last few frames of what I've seen overlaid. If I like take my hand and move it in front of my face, so that it's like moving, you know, back and forth in front of my face, I see like my hand, I see previous frames of my hand like trailing behind it. And that makes things hard. I'm gonna bring a grind go into the Dark Souls stream, that way I can check and have extra sharp teeth. Perfect, beautiful. Dark Souls 1 is like 9 hours long, not too long. Alright, that's something I could do, like, you know, be double for stream time. That's something I could do in 4 to 5 streams. Hell yeah. We'll figure it out. I don't necessarily like to 100% games. I like to get all of the story content. So like if there's, you know, epilogue story content, I'll go for the epilogue story content, but that's different from 100%ing a game. You know? Beautiful. Hello. Hello, Monster Kicker. No wonder Delta Room was an issue. The visual snow would make seeing the enemy shots impossible. Yes. That's largely why I struggle.
Over who gets to go first. Yet our pride is not so delicate as it may seem, and we always stand together.
How is the Fops doing well? Yeah, the difficulty would be with Dark Souls would be me reading all of the text, but like I'll get through it. It'll probably take me like 4, 5, 6 streams, and we'll see how it goes. I'm down to give it a shot, you know? I'm down to give it a shot. Ooh. That's interesting. I'm gonna experiment with that because it's a relatively rare ability.
Seeds.
Go, kitty cat.
Caught out.
Beautiful. Alright, we can get some health. The story proper in Dark Souls is not told, and that's okay. Alright, how long do I have to hold this? I have to get used to the timing. Interesting. I don't like that because I don't like anything that requires me to hold a button. But alright. Oh, I lost so much health to being sloppy there. My bad. Did not notice how much health I just lost to being sloppy there. He's playing sloppy chat. Oh wait, that wasn't health. My bad. I was looking at the wrong bar. We're fine, actually. Okay, not bad. Sorry, I have hyperfixate. Oh, you're totally fine. You're totally fine.
Could use more gold. Don't pull your weight. I'll take your gold as soon as I wrap this up.
I find it interesting because I never know what I'm going to get when this girl shows up. I don't know what style of like encounter we're gonna end up in. Okay, I do not have the HP needed to really do anything right now. Oh god. Never mind. I'm ahead. I'm ahead. I'm fine. Just keep going. You have to take damage. It's fine.
Bad idea. All right.
Into the purse.
Fine, you.
He must have thought you would have taken Kronos down by now. Have you even seen him? Gotten anywhere near my father's house?
I adore this game so much.
Keep hitting snags along the way. The pathways down to Tartarus have changed a lot, especially once you get to the fields.
Yeah, the kitty can fish. All of the familiars in this game have special abilities that help you with collecting items. Can't tell if AE would love or hate Gwendolyn. We'll have to find out. Which Dark Souls is that in? Meow boofed it. Bark. Zeus, your son has returned.
Not happening, no matter what she says. Doing this alone. Better odds that way anyway.
Interesting. Well, I was gonna go the other path anyway. In the name of Hades, I accept this message. Hey there, Zag, man, how's it going? Shit, I'm in a boss fight. Fuck, I forgot I was in a boss fight. Hello, index page, I will read the rest of your message when I am not in a boss fight. Whoopsie daisy, I forgot that I had just walked in here. Cool. In the name of Hades, I accept this message. Hey there, Zagman, how's it going? Now me and the other gods are watching and wanted to say, hey, you look different. Congrats on the transition, Zagman. Dionysus drunk off his gourd, probably. I love Dionysus so much. I love Dionysus. I haven't seen him in this game yet. I know he's in this game. I haven't seen him yet. Mr. E, can you pretty please ask if Nemesis can shatter my spine? Yeah, unfortunately, I get it. While I am primarily into men, some women... Anyway. Welcome back to the Flops Forgets he was doing something. Listen, I still have a tiny bit of a weed left in my system. How are you? How are you doing, Index? Why do I keep calling you Index? Hello, Paige. I hope you're doing well. It's lovely to see you. We should hang out again sometime soon. I hope you've been well. I want to try and find an excuse to like chill and do art with you sometime. I've just been busy and all over the place, but always lovely to see you. Struggling to make monsters for this weekend? Oh, are you doing like a tabletop RPG thing or something? Returned for a bit. Dude's gonna get me for uni in like 30 minutes. Hell yeah. Lovely to see you. Love to see you hanging out. And I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I just want to like again say you're doing amazing things and I'm proud of you for continuing to fight. You're doing amazing. Ooh, tabletop RPG show. That's great. I hope you have fun. Sorry to drop as soon as your run starts. No worries. Good luck, Chuckling Bird. Have a good day tomorrow. All the best. All the best. No, I love Dionysus so much. I've thought on occasion about like what god in the universe I would be most aligned with, and like the one I definitely use the most in runs in Hades 1 is absolutely Athena. I love Athena. I think Athena really resonates well with me, but like Dionysus would be fun too. I think, honestly, I'm someone who does substances so occasionally that it wouldn't be particularly fitting, but he's good. He's chill. I feel like I'm definitely an Athena main, though. Oh my god. You know what? Fuck it. Reoffer.
Not what I want.
Attacks inflict scorch. Beautiful. Thank you. Support means a lot. No things are going to work out in my country. And I'm proud of you. Keep on fighting. Absolutely. The assurance is beautiful. Athena is my middle name. I love Athena. Just as like a goddess, as a role played and existence. Are you a familiar? Can I feed you? No. Yes?
Greetings, little raven.
Hi there. It's a little albino raven.
Flew off.
Next time. Athena is AE and Dionysus is the icon. You know what? That's pretty accurate. I think the god I would be most aligned with as a person is probably Athena. If I were to be a follower of any of these deities. Now I've imagined you giving an offering to one of those ancient Greek temples for Athena. Someone make an AU where me and my Ashen live in ancient Greece. I would fuck with that so hard. I would love an AU where my Ashen and I are like living in ancient Greece. I would fuck so hard with that.
Hermes wanted me to tell you, hey, my lord.
And queen.
A message he'd surely deliver himself if he could. Though he seems well enough.
Paige, if you're still around, what's your tabletop RPG show about? Also, sorry that every time I see you, I'm like so overly like quick to be like, oh my god, hi! I don't know. Rules for this AU, you gotta kill me first. You're talking about religion at the moment, mister? Someone do it. Someone make an AU of me and my Ashen and an ancient Greece. I think that'd be a very cute AU. I feel like Athena is definitely the god I would be most aligned with.
Of course, my lord.
Do I want money? You know what? No, I want boons. I
Thank
want
you for your
boons.
service.
Family dispute. I'm gonna do this first, real quick.
Let me show you the way. See you in the crossroads?
Was it not a raven of Odin? Don't think there are any Greek gods that use ravens. I mean, so in this game, they do bring in a lot of like elements based off things outside of Greek myth. Like for example, the power-up system in this game is actually based around tarot cards, which are not an ancient Greece thing. Definitely not an ancient Greece thing. So they've stretched their mythology a little bit beyond ancient Greek here, even if all the characters themselves are based on ancient Greek. And you'll notice like it leads to a lot of witchy vibes. So they do bring in some like Celtic Celtic symbolism and more like pagan elements into this, as well as just some general things that are in modern day associated with witchy culture, even if they don't necessarily have roots in any of those cultures. So they're bringing in more than just Greek stuff for this game. All the deities are still that of ancient Greece. Wasn't tarot invented by Victorians? I think it started in France. I forget the exact history of tarot. I know I've done research into it in the past, and I do have a friend who could absolutely yap your ear off about the history of tarot, but I think it started in ancient Greece. That sounds correct. No, sorry, not ancient Greece. France. It started in like old French, among like noble families and whatnot, for a while. And I'm still a tarot practitioner. I still need to do my monthly Celtic Cross. I meant to do that last night. What if I did the... I shouldn't do that right now. I'm tempted to do that right now. I could just do it after stream, but I'm tempted to do it right now. I can't show you guys because I don't have a fucking... My desk is too small for it. A Hades game primarily sent in Norse myth would actually be really cool. I think okay. I think telling another story in ancient Greece is definitely the best bet for the Hades team making like a successful second game. I think it being a sequel matters and it is relevant to its success because let's be so real, Greek mythology is by far the most popular in pop culture. There are tons of mythologies from tons of different cultures that have various fascinating elements. Greek mythology, for many reasons, is by far the most well-known and most popular within popular culture. I think though some stuff that plays with Norse myth, or particularly my main interest, Celtic myth, would be really cool. I would love to see a game similar to Hades that takes place primarily in Celtic mythology. Tarot cards are from Italy? Oh, you're right, it was Italy, not France. My bad. Yeah, it's Italy. Largely just a playing card for a while until people started doing divination with them. Yes. They're not really like a traditional thing, but also you should add a new mouse to your throne. The issue is my mouse is like Bluetooth and connected to my keyboard and shit, so I need to figure out a way to replace that whole setup. I need to look into my options. I don't want them to make Hades 3. I like Supergiant's other stuff and want to see more new stuff. I agree. I think Supergiant really hit it out of the park with Hades, and Hades 2 is definitely really good too. I think I wanted to see them do something new though. I think they handle roguelikes really well, and I would love to see them like do something new with the concept. I think it'd be really fun to see something similar, like take a slight genre shift maybe and do something in other mythology as well. Having way too much fun in PowerPoint video for a friend. Valid. Hope it goes well. All the best. I love PowerPoints. Making PowerPoints is fun. My friends with benefits gifted me tarot cards a couple weeks ago. Love them so far. The deck is winning hilarious. Silly motherfucker. She had a KO card this. My friends with benefits told me the deck was she, so I kept calling her that. Real. My decks all have names and personalities. I have 4 decks in total right now. One of them does not have a name yet and haven't really gotten to know very well, but I've got Diablo, June, and Scratch. Anyway. Let's do this. I might do my tarot reading before stream ends, I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm gonna do it on or off stream. I do just need to do it eventually.
Well, isn't that sweet?
Beast.
Flame of the hearth.
You can't please everybody all the time, but you needn't have displeased me so.
What the fuck are my options, Zeus? Show your bitch ass
Lord Uncle, I
mouth.
meant no offense. He wants a fight, does he?
This is actually pretty easy. This is not too bad. This one's not bad. As long as you kind of get the timing and because they're in bursts, getting out of the way before the electricity starts to strike isn't too bad. I am taking quite a bit of damage, but that's because I'm being sloppy. Alright, that wasn't too bad.
The father always
Call
had
my
a
deck
certain
sister,
dry
deck for
sense of
sass, you know what
humor, as
valid.
apparently
Whatever
do
works,
you.
works. Pushing myself out of my our comfort zone, trying to make it look like A is the person looking at it on a leash. Ayo! Ayo! Sage, you have my attention. You have my attention. Want to see a game based on more niche mythologies as well as it's handled? I agree. I think like Supergiant has a lot of they treat the mythology of Greek mythos with a lot of care while still taking their own liberties, and I appreciate that, and I'd like to see how they interact with other mythologies. I think like it I don't know how I feel about them being the ones to make a roguelike in other mythologies. I would love to see them like try out a different genre again with their own twists on it and make a game that like is in a different mythos that has their writing style but maybe isn't a roguelike necessarily. You know I'm down bad. You have my attention. That's hot as fuck. Listen. You have my attention. This better be going in like the NSW Reddit later or something. Ayo, ayo, ayo. I want to see this. I'd love to hold someone's leash. Pokemon with Japanese mythology. That's that. You're looking for Pokemon Legends Arceus. Dusklight Wanderer, I've admitted that I met my doppelganger at a punk festival and then kissed them in my car, made out with them in my car later. Okay. I have openly admitted that I met basically my doppelganger at a punk festival and made out with them. For context, we basically just had the same hair. Like, everything else about us looked different. We just have, like, identical fucking hair, and that's why we started talking. Oh, I have an NSFW Reddit. So there is a r/archivist Reddit. I do not have control over it. It's run by one of my moderators. But there's also a fan-made horny posting NSFW Reddit called AE Horny Posts, I think is what it is. Let me check. Hello, Viridian Leaf. Yeah, I agree. Who wouldn't? Chat, if you met your doppelganger, assuming you're gay, and if you're straight, assume it's like someone who looks just like you but the opposite gender. You're not related. You're entirely unrelated. But like they just happen to look a lot like you. Would you? I would fight my doppelganger. You know what? That's fair. I met someone at a punk festival. We had the same hair. That's why we started talking. And you know what? It's valid. What if they're a long-lost clone? Up to you. Does my doppelganger play Beyblade? You know what? Sure, for the sake of it. Okay. Let me real quickly, yeah, okay, it's the AE Horny Post collection. There isn't currently a whole lot of like there's a few suggestive pieces of art or like NSW pieces of art on here, so do be mindful if you look. Only go on this Reddit if you are above the age of 18. But there is like various pieces of NSW art and people like making NSW jokes about me on here. It is basically just a place for people to simp or be jokingly horny or seriously horny if you actually want to on here. It's not super active, but it's a cute little community. if you want to engage in it, or if you make it into W art, that's the best place to put it, because I'll probably see it, and you don't have to deal with, like, you know, the fact that our Discord is not 18 plus and shit. One of my favorite Reddit posts ever is, "Gay people, would you date yourself?" And the response was, "No, I have standards." I would defeat my doppelganger in trial by combat. No, I would do things with my doppelganger. I think I'm very hot. I do genuinely, like, I think I'm attractive. I am a 5'10", like 130-pound, fucking twink with fluffy ginger hair, in a punk style. And while I don't always do the best at taking care of myself, usually because sometimes I get busy or in depressive episodes, when I actually take care of myself, when I have the capacity to take care of myself because I'm, you know, not pushed to my limit as a disabled person. Chad, I fainted, yesterday. I fainted the other day. Yesterday while I was out doing revolutionary duties, I fucking fainted. When I'm not pushing myself to my limit as a disabled person and have the capacity to take care of myself, I fainted in public. I think I'm actually very hot. I think I'm very hot. I think I am, like, up there in appearance. I think I'm a solid, like, 8 out of 10. At least if you're into punk boys. You know? If you're into androgynous punk boys, like, I'm up there. I'm just saying. Am I conventionally attractive? Sorta. But, like, if you're in the LGBT community and you like alt people, oh, I'm up there. I am 100% up there. Betty's always got issues. True that. True that. I think I'm very hot. What's a 10 out of 10 to you, AE? Good question. Rejected by narcissistic brothers, you just like me. Real. Like, I'm not a narcissist. I want to be very clear. I do not consider myself a narcissist. There are a lot of things I don't like about myself. I have recently started to love myself a lot more, largely because I started HRT, but I also know that I am objectively attractive, you know? There are things I don't like about myself. There are things that I'm actively trying to change about myself and improve about myself because I know I am not perfect. And I have suffered a lot with self-hatred and self-loathing and, like, hurting myself over it in the past. But one thing that I am very certain of is that I am attractive. Do you consider myself a narcissist and fight my claim for established dominance? Also valid. I like to think that I am very down to earth and have a healthy level of ego. I would like to think that I have a healthy level of ego. And I think a lot of people, how do I say this? This is not advice for most people. This is advice specifically for neurodivergent queer folk, who have struggled with being put down and bullied their whole lives. You deserve more ego than you have. Develop a healthy sense of ego. Love yourself. There are a lot of people who do not need to be told that because they already have too much ego and they hurt people because they, like, fucking think too highly of themselves and whatnot. There's a lot of people in the world, especially in, like, neurodivergent, queer, and disabled communities, who deserve to love themselves more and need more ego, actually. I said that to most people with depression, too. Also, yeah, most people with depression. That slipped my mind. Love yourself. Not everyone needs to hear that. I think a lot of people in this community do. Not everyone needs to be told that, but I think a lot of people in this community need to and deserve to be told that they should love themselves more than they do. And they deserve a bit more ego. Oh, whoa. Okay, why not? Let's take that. What do we got? I don't think I get enough benefit out of her clothes, unfortunately. It's nice for the free room. And I'm also noticing we have not gotten any chaos yet, which could end up being a run breaker later because we definitely need more damage on attack. But noted. flavor of mac and cheese sometime a couple years ago. It's okay. I've done worse. I promise. I have fucked up cooking worse, I promise. Hi, Hermes. Fuck it. Nitro boost. Everyone is precious and deserves love. All of you, my brothers and sisters, even if I don't know y'all, sending love and support everywhere. Hell fucking yeah. I really love that notion. I really, really love that notion. Just overflowed my pot of ramen earlier to drain it, and it happens. Have you ever badly misread any of the power-ups? Not really. I think there are some that I don't really understand what they do, but there haven't been any cases where I've like horribly misunderstood them. Have some fucking ego. That's part of why I'm like shifting gears on the video essay and working on an easier project for a little bit, because you know what? I need a win. I need an ego boost, and a good way for me, at least, to get an ego boost is to just jump ship to an easier fucking project. And I mean, if it fails horribly, it probably won't help. But I think it's okay to postpone this big project that's stressing me out to do something easier for a little bit. I think that's good and healthy. I don't have much money. We take the free meal. The meow is my cat! Yeah, I'm sorry. I do not own a cat. Unfortunately, following the passing of Casey, there are no animals in the archive currently. May he rest in peace.
The greatest teacher is out there, and evidently taught you quite a bit.
Gotta go now. No
You're
worries.
able
You
to
take care.
surpass
Good
me
luck
consistently,
with class. Have a
but
wonderful day at
has
Eventco.
this
All the
proved
best. All
to
the
be
best.
enough?
Can I say, actually, can I say something real quick? I found it really interesting watching people post all of their Twitch recaps, and the number of you who started watching Twitch seemingly to watch me is really fascinating. Like, as a streamer, I've kind of always just felt like I'm trying to find people on the platform who don't currently have their primary streamer, or who need an additional streamer to watch in the evenings and whatnot. That's kind of how it's always felt as a creator. The fact that I have been the reason a handful of people started using Twitch at all is really cool, actually. Like, being one of people's like top 3 streamers feels really incredible. And I'm grateful that I am someone you consistently go to for entertainment, that you enjoy being part of this community and engage with it consistently. It means a lot to me. But the fact that I have moved people onto this platform is really cool. In any case. Arf arf. Arf arf.
There's always more to be learned, Headmistress. You taught me that yourself. If you believe that I'm prepared, why hesitate?
Because your path toward mastery is yours alone. When you decide
I do have you on
you
top
are
of my most
prepared
watch list,
for
but everyone
more,
below you I was
remember
watching
that the
prior.
oath
That's
of the
also real.
unseen
I
is
appreciate the
there
folks
for
who
you,
have hyperfixated
as
on me and
am
enjoyed my
I.
content a lot, especially supporting me during the partner push. Thank you.
Cross
It means so
flames
much to me.
awaken.
Oh, fuck. I fucked that. Alright. Never mind, god damn it. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna harvest this flower in the goddamn middle of the fucking fight. Oh, I am playing sloppy right now. It's okay, we'll get in the zone. I don't think I'm high anymore, but we'll get in the zone.
Join me, sisters.
That way, as soon as I get you out of there, you're taking damage. God damn it. That's real sloppy of me. Alright, we're fine. Oh my god, that was sloppy! Boy, what are you doing? Fuck.
Pardon the interruption.
One day I will get consistent in evading that thing. I was doing really well with it for a while, but I failed the last like 2 times I've tried to evade it. It's fine. That's how it goes. Hey Tula.
Total eclipse.
Is that your name? I'm pretty sure that's your name. Get on it. Alright, we did it.
Satisfactory.
Yeah, my number 2 by watch hours only beaten by M, but I'm gonna compare my 2 goats
One
in the
further secret of
qualitative
the
measure,
oath
and
of
it
the
means the
unseen
world,
I shall
genuinely. I'm
reveal
happy
now.
to be a
When you
part of
feel
your
suitably
frequently
prepared,
watched list in
consider
general.
this. Then
Anyone who has,
perhaps
like,
we
made
shall
me a part
clash
of their
under a
routine, it
new
means the
set of
world.
circumstances.
Anyone who has allowed me to be part of their, like, fucking weekly routine, I am honored. Thank you for sticking by me, especially with how hectic things have been in recent months. Just saw you were the most watched streamer in the recap, ahead of 3 other trans people, once this straight guy. Real. Again, I'm honored to be there. Thank you for letting me become part of your routine. But it's just especially an honor to be the reason why some people have, like, joined this platform. That's a really cool feeling. It does not devalue any of you in saying that. I think, like, the kind of community we're building here is something that I genuinely adore. Alright. I'm having so much fun with this game. Chat, I love this game so much. The gameplay feels so good and fluid. I'm really starting to feel comfortable with it recently. I'm, like, finally starting to feel very comfortable in my ability to play this game. Alright, we moved to luckier too, because fuck it.
Not an option.
Anything else I want from here?
I was beginning to think I had successfully dissuaded you. When it came to my attention, you were trespassing some other place instead.
My recap has Pat Stares At as my most watched in 5 hours, which I know I've watched more of you this past week alone. Yeah, mine was also bugged. Mine was bugged. It did not even show a 5th streamer, and, like, no offense to Your Satanist. I love Your Satanist. I lurk in Your Satanist stream a lot. I've definitely watched more Wonder than I have watched Your Satanist, you know? There are several people where it definitely wasn't counting a lot of my hours. The fact that it didn't even show a 5th channel for me is very indicative of the fact that, like, something went wrong. Your bite is my 3rd most used. I suspect channel specific emote. And your this is fine is my 5th. Yay! Again, honored. I'm just genuinely honored to, like, be a part of people's lives and routines. I love being a content creator. I joined to watch Wonder, but then she rated you, and I kind of just snuck into the archive and planted chives, and it's appreciated. Though, please leave my garden alone. Really glad that I found this stream. It's been a huge comfort. To be honest, I'm really happy you made this space, and I'm glad for it, that people enjoyed this space. I'm trying to create a space that is, like, safe. Like my goal. I want to have a space that is safe and comfortable for, you know, queer people, marginalized people, leftists and punks, and weirdos and freaks of all varieties, while still being a space where we are allowed to talk about complex issues in a nuanced manner. I want to make a space where we can talk about politics without it being uncomfortable, where we can have safety and security, where we can have a safe space, where the world feels okay that isn't based around escapism, you know? And I hope that it's working. I hope that I am succeeding in doing that. I hope that all of the queers and the weirdos feel comfortable in this space, and I am so glad that you all have also given me an outlet to talk about my beliefs, about anarchism, about leftism, without it having to be scary. Because I'll admit, as a content creator, at many times I have felt scared to talk about the things I believe in depth because I was worried as a content creator that that would never be allowed or welcome. I was worried as a content creator that talking about these things was bad form. That I would never be able to have a real audience if I focused my content around politics, because no one wants to hear about that. It's uncomfortable. I'm glad that you all find it cozy. Last night we all watched Pokemon movie 2000. Y'all were watching that's like one of my favorite movies. Okay, to be fair, last night I was out being high with my friends and having a potluck and shit. So, like, I had a good time. It was worth it. I really enjoyed being silly and getting high with my friends. But you watched Pokemon the movie 2000 without me? That's one of my favorite movies. What the fuck? Is that a Titan? Who the fuck opened another dark fountain? Just convinced one of my friends to sub to YouTube. I hope they enjoyed the videos. We're gonna make a mock punk show in Florida that's chive and media preservation themed. Listen, I am hoping to be at Off-Kai next year. So there's a handful of events I'm planning on going to next year. I'm hoping to go to Off-Kai. I will 100% be at Megaplex, maybe on TwitchCon, 100% on Fest, and like also Warped Tour Orlando. So if you happen to be at any of those events, keep an eye out. You might see me around. Next time, keep an eye. See, the thing is, I owe you guys a watch party, and I was thinking about doing How to Train Your Dragon. Maybe I need to look at my options and make sure that like I'm not picking anything that's like owned by bad people and like put up a poll. But I do owe you guys a watch party sometime soon. Remember seeing Pokemon the first movie in theaters? I've only actually seen that whole movie once, I think. And ironically, I've watched you more than the streamer I came here from. Mostly just dunked on D&D in her Discord. That's fair, honestly. To each their own at the end of the day. Arrow is really cool though. I do appreciate Arrow. Arrow and I have known each other for like a year and a half, and I want to do more stuff with them. Life just oh my god, life just kind of constantly gets in the way because I'm very busy, and Arrow and I function on extremely different hours. We are awake at extremely different times of the day. You mentioned monthly Celtic Cross, so every month, at the start of the month, I do a Celtic Cross tarot reading for the entire month. So like I did one basically every month this year, actually. Every month this year, I have done a tarot reading at the start of the month, basically asking my deck, what do I need to know for the next month? And it'll give me just some general warnings and themes, and for the most part, they're pretty accurate. Like for last month, there was a lot of conflict, but it told me that I was going to find a new purpose, that I was going to find a new thing that kind of excites me and find a redemption. And I definitely feel that. I have started to feel very passionate about my content creation again, particularly music. I found a lot of redemption in music. It really helps me connect with whatever my current mindset is, and gives me the themes of the next month, you know, and a little bit of advice as well. I believe my advice was to take charge, which I didn't really do, but you know. Came here from Nego Boy Balloon is my third most watched. That's real. I think it's also worth noting that I just stream a lot more than most people. There's a good chance that like the other streamers you watch, I just happen to stream more than them. In fact, I used to stream a lot more than I currently do. These days I stream 3 to 4 times a month for like, again, 5 to 8 hours. Sorry, 3 to 4 times a week for 5 to 8 hours. But I used to consistently do a minimum of 30 hours a week, which was just not tenable. So these days you do get roughly like 70 to 100 hours of AE a week as compared to the previous 100 to 150 hours a week, but we do our best. No, seriously, the only chat this is seriously, oh my god. This is seriously the only chat I'm active in, and it's an honor, again. I am honored to offer y'all a safe space. I am honored to be the funky little guy on your computer. Thank you for enjoying the space that I've created. Thank you for continuing to enjoy that space, and I hope together we can grow the space to something even greater. I'm working hard to make that happen.
I've seen your work up there firsthand. To have unsealed the very gates of hell and brought disaster to mortals who've nothing to do with your petty vendetta.
Anyway, I can feel the caffeine now. I love Claire Fluffle. I miss her. I hope she's doing well. I need to talk to her again sometime soon. For me, it's more that you stream at a better time. Also valid. I tend to stream in the evenings when people are free and winding down for the day.
You speak of the bedraggled city of Athera, which once stood in sycophantic tribute to your upstart father. Perhaps what mortals yet remain there shall think twice next time before they put their faith in gods.
I have a lot of things I could say about the sanitation of media, and how treating topics and social issues like the plague feels like forced harmony, and all is to say never feel scared to talk about politics. Finding people like you has been really refreshing, and honestly, the past year has very much reinforced to me how important people like me existing is, because in the past I was a lot more afraid to talk about things like politics. I've mentioned before, like I'm scared that someday someone's going to like dig through my archive of streams and get mad at me, because there have been points in my career where I have been scared to be as openly political as I am now. There have been times in my career, like I remember one time probably about 2 years ago now, where I was streaming and someone asked me about my feelings on the situation in Israel and Palestine, and I gave a relatively lukewarm answer. I was scared, to be perfectly honest, because this was relatively early on in my streaming career, and I was scared of people hating me if I was too radical. And so I gave a more, like, liberal opinion than I normally would. I basically went, like, I feel very bad for civilians on both sides because, you know, people in power continue to fuck everyone over, when I should have fucking said, you know, I feel like, you know, populaces in Israel are being manipulated and fed propaganda. It's also fucking, like, what the Israeli government is doing is a fucking genocide, and spoken a lot more openly on it than I did. And I'm disappointed in my past self for being scared of people's reactions. And I hope the fact that I am much more outspoken now makes up for that, you know? I hope that the fact that these days I am much louder and more outspoken shows that growth. Because I do get scared that there's going to be a day where people fucking get mad at me and hold it against me that, like, I had some less than ideal takes in the past out of fear. But I think growth matters. How much longer will stream go for? Probably another hour. I hope so. Ad will be hitting soon. Apologies, folks. Now I'm using this as my effective co-working stream. I'm glad that it helps. Legit can't imagine you not talking about politics as I moved in the current era. Like, I always talked about politics and anarchism as ideals, but when it came to real-world topics, I shied away from it. And oftentimes I was too scared to give proper radical takes on like, current world events. I'm very proud of myself for growing through that, and a large part of me growing through that was seeing people like Wonder, was having my audience repeatedly react well to it. And I'll be so honest, being investigated by the FBI, realizing that even if I'm quiet, even if I don't speak at full fucking volume, because at this point I was already starting to feel more comfortable being radical, but like the FBI investigation very much pigeonholed this, or really pushed this notion in my mind. Realizing that even if I am quiet and make myself more polite and don't fight as hard for the things I believe in as I want to, realizing that doing that is still going to get me hated and harassed and doxxed by bad actors, that people are still going to try and fucking pick fights with me even if I'm not fully open about everything that I believe, made me realize that fuck it, I need to be. Fuck it, I lose nothing. And I have a hell of a lot to gain by being open and honest. You know, the first case I know of radicalized by FBI investigation, I was already radical, I was just scared to talk about it. You know? Getting investigated by the FBI was kind of that final straw in, you know what, there is no point in being quiet. There is no point in being anything else than loudly and radically goddamn anarchist. Because I'm gonna get harassed no matter what. I think as trans people, sometimes it's very tempting to make ourselves quiet for the sake of, like, conformity. To make ourselves polite and easy to digest so other people won't get mad at us. So cishet people, so homophobes, so transphobes won't hate us. It doesn't work. I'm disappointed in myself for ever falling into the trap, but you know what? I hope me being loud and open and authentic now makes up for it. Genuinely.
Coward.
Enjoy your lurk, Boofed. All the best. That's growth, and I think everyone going through that's what matters. I agree. I think it's also worth noting, like, I was a fucking, early 20s nervous wreck who was desperately trying to create, in a very precarious situation where I was not safe, by whatever means necessary. I got better.
That's cold.
My life is a lot better now than it was a year ago. And especially than it was 2 years ago. Well, maybe not. I do think homelessness was kind of my lowest, but I've gotten a lot better since. I do think a year ago was probably the lowest part of my life, but not because, that's because I was homeless, you know? Let's see. I want to power up my attack if I can.
Victory. That's a gutter pop.
Chat, it's kind of wild to think that in a few months I'll have been here for 4 years. It's honestly really, really wild to think about that fact. It feels like I haven't done enough to have actually been here this long, but you know what? I have, and I'm proud of what I've accomplished in that time. I'm very proud of it.
Worth it to unseal another path.
No worries, Zelda, do what you gotta do. Always take care of yourselves first and foremost. Never prioritize me. There we go, attacks is what I wanted. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What do I want? I'll take this.
Perhaps you should return
fuck
some
you.
other time.
Oh, fuck you.
Behold the splendor of your father's underworld.
I'm going back where I belong.
You know something of time and dream, do you?
Ensnared.
So the issue is I have to stay in here and I end up taking a lot of damage because the pressure is to stay in the golden ring. And so if I leave it, I end up stuck here longer. And I probably should be a little bit more willing to leave it for the sake of like not taking damage. But it's scary.
You survive, but you do not learn.
Fuck you.
Merely a vision. You ought to have stayed below.
Okay. I'm definitely still feeling the weed a tiny bit, but I think it's mostly out of my system at this point. I think I was dealing with like the weed equivalent of a hangover earlier. Okay, that happens. I ended up just like sleeping for 12 hours because of it, as one does. There we go.
Prometheus himself
Return
leading the
some other
assault
time.
against
Guy
us,
literally in
and
charge
our
of time.
sole allies amongst Titan kind become a bitter foe. All because of how we treated him. All because he knows which side shall be victorious when all is said and done.
Interesting. Very interesting.
The force of fire.
Alright, well we have self-healing now, which is pretty cool. There's no EE of the fan art, it's gonna be in my style. That's okay. No, please don't feel like you gotta mimic my style in fan art. It's like fucking part of the point of fan art is that I get to see y'all's takes on me. Hell, if my hair or outfit is too difficult to draw, or you don't want to try and figure out how to make it work in your art style, draw me with fucking your own take on my hair. Simplify it in your own way. Give me a hairstyle that you find more fun to draw. Like, fucking part of fan work is taking all the creative liberties you need to make the art your own. That's just part of the fun. Okay, I'm taking a lot of damage right now. I'm playing sloppy. Part of the beauty of fan work is taking the time to make it your own. What if the hair is pickle green? I mean, I feel like dyeing my hair would make it a little bit harder to recognize me. But if you manage to make it recognizable, if you manage to make it still look like me, then sure. Oh my god, stop playing so sloppy. Boy, get your shit together. Beautiful. What if I cannot draw your outfit? Can I just leave it off? I fully encourage all sorts of NSFW fan art. If you want to draw porn of me, you have my permission. In fact, please do. Oh, I should have taken the free health. Fuck. Alright. What do you have for me?
Cheers for your business on behalf of my erstwhile professional associate there. Feels good to be working together with that one again. You tell him I said,
I love Herbie so much. He's so good. He's so good. He's so good. You know what? I'm gonna take more money. Fuck it. I want it. I want the money.
Shored up.
The really cool thing is Hermes is the VA's first voice role, and he does so good. He really plays the character well. Like, I'm guessing they definitely speeds recordings up a little bit, but it sounds so good. What about drawing as a cockshy femboy? I've already done that myself. Please feel free to take creative liberties. I want to really get like everything going on in my setting, everything with my Ashton, with the government of my world, etc., all written down in one place as well, so you can more easily reference and understand it. That's just been a very demanding thing to ask of myself with how busy I've been as of late.
I can't believe it, Jetty. You were right. An agent on the hunt. Well, your search is over, Agent Lady, because you won't find a bigger talent in the sea or out. Just watch. This one's for those of you who thought they'd get away.
I think it'd be really cute if they actually made the music like less rhythmic after she does that. I wonder if there's a way, like some kind of boon that makes the damage from this impact faster. Because, you know, we're just setting a bunch of damage on her, building it up, and it's like slowly ticking away on her health bar. I wonder if there is some kind of ability that makes it all trigger at once or make it trigger faster, similarly to how there's the ability to make all Doom damage with Ares strike at once. Because I'm like building a ton of damage up on this ability, but it takes so long to trigger, you know? Oh, I keep getting caught in that. Oh, that's sloppy. Yeah, I'm gonna lose a Death Defiance in here. Fuck. Yep, there we go. Deathified. Fuck me. It's okay, we still have 3. Like, we're really good on Death Defiances right now, luckily. Because of, yeah, we're not super... We don't have any big, like, bonuses on our attack, any big multipliers right now. So our attack damage is a little bit lacking. We're gonna just stack a ton of this. There we go. Beautiful. I think my favorite part of this fight is that the instruments cut out as the different musicians get beaten. Could tell if you want to know. Oh, can you? Absolutely, absolutely. Please do. Hello, Fenori, and welcome back, Index Page. Thank you for the watch streak. I really appreciate that about this fight, too. I think it's really cool how it adapts to, like, your performance in the fight. This fucking boss. Hi, Neptune. How are you doing, Neptune? It's lovely to see you. Sorry, I'm, like, very overly affectionate with people recently. Love to write some again, want to keep writing about philosophy, theology, also valid. Okay, listen. Some of the best NSFW content I've engaged with is NSFW content that goes out of its way to, like, analyze, like it's very mindful of, like, philosophical concepts and shit, and, like, plays around with them, that plays around with sociological shit. Anyway. I just needed to drop that. It's a duo boon between Hestia and Demeter. Hestia does have legendary boon that makes it tick faster, but the duo Frost and Fire procs all fire 2 times but removes it. Interesting! Neptune is barely hanging in there, but I'm here. Surviving, you know, that's so real. And I know you're surviving. I'm just like... I've been extremely busy recently, so I feel like I kind of dropped off the face of the earth, despite the fact that I've been streaming. My life has basically been revolutionary work and streaming non-stop with no breaks for about a week. It's almost felt from my perspective like I disappeared for a week. And so now I'm like catching up with everyone and being like, hey, sorry I haven't responded to your messages or talked to you. How are you? Ah, rah, 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 you know? You know. Link, please. I will have to dig through my AO3 bookmarks and see if I can find any of it, because I've seen a few pieces that do that. The unfortunate part is that they're mostly Omegaverse pieces. There's a handful of like Omegaverse writers I have read where they really go deep and analyze how something like this would affect the like social state of the world, and they use it to talk about like sociological concepts and culture and philosophy, and it's actually really good. Hello, speaking of Omegaverse, I took the quiz. Oh, page. Oh. More information, please. More information. Submissive Omega. Oh, you poor, poor thing. Oh, you poor, poor thing. Megaverse deconstructions that actually make sense to me, to be honest. Yeah, it does make sense. I just think it's really funny and cool. Like, some of the most interesting NSFW content I've engaged with is content that really digs into trauma and social status and things of that nature. That does, it's not just, you know, NSFW content for the sake of NSFW content. It is NSFW content with a side of philosophy and queer theory and gender theory and whatnot. Omegaverse's writers know how to write some poignant shit. Absolutely. Hello, old man Windbreaker. Some of my favorite NSFW content is genuinely NSFW content with a side of queer theory or philosophy or whatnot, and I love that. Omegaverse is very good for that, surprisingly. Actually, not surprisingly. Furry content is also very good for that. The fact that it tickles the jollies and rustles the jimmies, that's just a bonus, basically. Let's see, what do I want? Wait. What if?
Should help.
I don't know if that worked, but I want to check. I doubt that worked. I feel like they have to have accounted for that. No, it's still only one hit. Okay, I tried to trick the system. Of course it wouldn't work. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Hits probably don't count as durations. It counts for encounters. Damn, this cake straight up. Anyway. Don't think I want to know what Omegaverse is. So Omegaverse is a very common, like, fandom genre. Okay, you know the wolf thing. You know the Omega Alpha Beta shit. It is a genre of typically either NSFW or ship-focused fan content. A common trope in said content, which focuses on society but with the fake wolf stuff going on. And because you basically included, written in an entire new set of social classes, it very much lends itself to analyses of gender theory, queer theory, all sorts of interesting sociological and philosophical concepts. Because you're writing in a new social class.
More corrupted.
I genuinely think it's cool and fascinating. I know a lot of people have an immediate like cringe or weird reaction to it, but it's very similar to what we were talking about earlier in terms of furry content, about how furries very often create some of the most interesting transgressive art out there because they are already othered and already like inherently queer. Furrydom is a community made primarily of people who are, for one reason or another, inherently othered. Whether we're talking about, you know, othered in terms of, how do I say? Oftentimes, like, furries are neurodivergent or queer. They very much founded communities based around their queerness. They are kind of inherently othered. And that othered nature leads to them creating some of the most interesting transgressive art out there.
Pathetic.
I think Omegaverse falls into a similar sphere where it's primarily engaged, or it's primarily written about, well, okay, it's not primarily written by queer people because it's yaoi. Yaoi is primarily content written by and for straight women. But increasingly we are seeing queer people who are, you know, taking these same tropes and enjoying them for different reasons. It's largely like trans mask people as well who write some of this most interesting stuff because they were fujoshis, people who were very invested in yaoi and similar concepts before realizing they were trans mask. The Fujoshi to trans mask pipeline is very real, so you have a lot of trans masks who end up writing really interesting NSFW content using the same tropes you find in yaoi, be that a megaverse or similar subject matter. It's a thing. It's a thing. Anyway, sorry, rant over. I apologize. I'm a little bit still all over the place because I got way too high last night. But I want to maybe later at another date do a full analysis of this. This might actually be a really fascinating video essay topic eventually, as well. I would love to at some point get my thoughts together and do have a full like conversation deep dive into this, maybe in a video format, talking about like why trans masks. Or like why so much like queer fan fiction, especially things that include like, you know, a megaverse as a trope or whatnot, are so full of interesting sociological perspective. And I think a lot of that does have to do with like, it's a lot of trans masks writing it. It's a lot of genderqueer people writing it. My brain's scrambled tonight without anything. No, valid. I'm scrambled because I got too high. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. You know what? I'm just gonna buy a bunch of completely useless of these for me because I don't have. I'm doing fine with my attack right now, and if I have enough gold, I can do the thing that scrambles it later. Just basic BDSM dom sub yaoi Yuri straight as mad at me. I mean, completely valid. Also, that's a valid way to engage with NSW content. I'm someone who went down the Fujoshi to trans mask pipeline because I was trans mask but didn't have the language or ability to express that. I just knew there was something off with my internal sense of gender that oftentimes, and one of the ways I explored that was via very accessible folk fiction written about queer men, but from like I'm trying to find the words for this. I feel like if you've had a similar experience, if you're a queer person, you kind of get it. But oftentimes, like a lot of yaoi, being that it was written by and for straight women, like it was a very accessible form of queer fiction for a lot of like trans mass people who did not have the space to explore their identities quite yet.
More ashes.
It's a thing. Live your best lives. Engage with whatever NSW content you want. Let's not get too overtly NSW in chat, because this is not an 18+ space. I like talking about things from an educational or more distance lens. Let's just we're not hitting that point quite yet, but we're starting to get close. Just warning folks in advance. Oh my god, oh no. Oh no. Christ. I was taking way too much damage there. Did not like that. Deconstructing my gender through Girls Love comments. Yeah, it's very similar. A lot of trans masks do that with yaoi. And so then you end up with gay fan fiction that like you end up with gay omegaverse fics written by trans masks that like do so much interesting sociological and philosophy stuff. That's also completely valid, Tekken Zero. Live your best life. Just live your best fucking life, chat. You deserve that ability. You deserve to just live.
Now 2 remain.
I need health, like, now. This is kind of a problem.
Ooh.
Oh, I do not have much health right now. I would like to heal. I would really like to heal. I don't want to lose another Death Defiance in here. That'd be extremely unfortunate. I kind of need those for the Chronos fight. I'm oh my god, I do not have much health. Oh my, I'm just now noticing how little health I have.
No.
That's not good. I don't think we're gonna make this run because I just did not get enough health along the way. Okay, let's see if we can get some health here. I wish I had found this one sooner.
Not now.
Okay.
That should have done it.
Delicious. Do I have any other outs or is it just this? This might be the only one. Unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, my health bar very much failed the vibe check, apparently. Like, we've got really good DPS right now, but it's, like, if I could just proc all of this damage at once, my DPS would be incredible. Like, I'd be totally fine if I could just proc all this at once, but unfortunately, it just ticks so slow. If I can get the legendary Hestia boon, that'd be great. There we go. Yeah, so she's just gonna run out of health. Boom.
That's enough slithering about.
It's just about waiting for it to tick down.
The fates are gone then, yes. According to
And then there's
Hermes.
me, someone who goes out of their way to
Quite the
study
unfortunate turn
every
of
little
events, if
reference and
true.
aspect of
Well,
things I write,
if
asking people to do
Cronus is bent on
sensitivity tests before
vengeance, it
posting, which is
only
also
makes
great.
sense
We'd love to
that
see
he would
that.
take it out on them,
More
not
people
just on
need to
us.
do like sensitivity checks and things like that. I try to, when I am writing, get the perspectives and takes of people of other marginalized communities. I can't always, because sometimes I don't have the contacts, or I'm very shy, but I do my best to. I try to. Ask my witch friend about a comic I'm writing, but my own take on witches and magic schools. Hell yeah. Also valid, you know? More people should invest in sensitivity writers. I do think that we could stand to, like, how do I say, have a bit more patience for, like, independent writers, because I think oftentimes, unfortunately, the people who get the most punished by, like, discourse around their content and work are small marginalized creators, and I think we could have a little bit more patience for those small marginalized creators who are, you know, trying their best but making errors. But, like, yeah, not everyone should, to the best of their abilities, like, keep track and talk to people about their work and get sensitivity readers involved. Oh my god, oh no, I am down to 1 Death Defiance. This is a really bad run because I just don't have the health for it. I just don't have the health for it. I have the DPS, I just don't have the health. And I'm playing sloppy. If I can get some kind of big buff to my health, then sure, but right now this is not going well.
You saved me there, Tula.
Oh no.
Right.
Yeah, I do think we need to, like, just in general be gentler with independent creators as opposed to big publishers. So often, like, we kind of hold independent people who are doing their best to make passion projects in their free time after their day jobs and whatnot. We oftentimes put the pressure on them instead of, like, focusing our pressure on big companies who have the resources to do things correctly, but, you know, that's just me. everyone should, to the best of their abilities, make sure that they are sensitive and educated in things that they're writing about, and that can be as easy as just talking to your friends.
Fall.
And it's also worth noting, even in the situations, that different people in the same marginalized communities are going to have different perspectives. Yes, please.
This should help.
But you know, it's nuanced. Wanted a villain group on my stories about which to be named Salem because I wanted them to lose the fight. They advised me to name them something else entirely, and that's also valid. Yeah, hell yeah. Sometimes sensitivity writers also know cool stuff that you can add to your know about. Yeah, 100%. Oh my god, why am I flubbing my words so bad today? Sometimes sensitivity writers also know cool stuff that you can add and didn't know about. Absolutely. Whenever I work on a video essay, one of the first things I do is DM all of my like leftist content creator friends and go, hey, I need your thoughts. And sometimes I'll also talk to some of like my actual like IRL friends as well. Hey guys,
In the name of Hades.
what are your thoughts on this concept? And they will bring up things that I did not think to talk about. I will admit I sometimes have the problem of going to my friends and saying, hey, I'm having trouble putting all my thoughts in order, here's my outline, and instead of helping me put my thoughts in order, they just keep piling more topics onto this, and I'm like, hey, I'm overwhelmed with the project as is, just help me put the ideas I already have in order. Love my friends to death, but it happens. But the first thing I do whenever I have a video essay idea is 100% like go to my friends and say, hey guys, what are your thoughts on the subject? Is this a worthwhile project to pursue? Is there anything I should make sure I talk about on this? I'll need more friends for that part. Now I mostly have random internet people, and that's real. One of the nice things about being a content creator is that it's actually pretty easy to make new friends. One thing I appreciate about being a content creator is that you make a lot of friends who have shared interests very easily because you're all interested in content creation. Hello, CJ. Hi. I once found a thing about stuff that's helpful for colorblind people. Need to find it again for some art stuff. Hell yeah. One thing I do when I'm doing I'll be honest, I only do this for like high effort art stuff because I am a very busy critter. But if I'm doing like a big piece, and this is also something I did for my character design. If I'm doing a big piece that I'm putting a lot of effort in and want to like, you know, put out on social media and whatnot, I will actually run it through like various colorblind filters to make sure that the image is still visible and makes sense to people who are different varieties of colorblind. I did this with my design and model as well, where before I, you know, finished it, I took it and shoved it in a colorblind filter to make sure that the values were distinct enough that it wouldn't look too rough in any particular style of colorblindness. Obviously, I still think my model looks the best when, you know, you can see all the colors. But running it through oh my god, this run is a mess. Running it through that filter gave me the space to, like, be sure, okay, this is still going to be at least easy to interpret, even if you are colorblind. There aren't any values that are too close to each other that anyone who is colorblind is going to have a whole lot of trouble telling what's going on.
And here we go.
It makes an image just easier to read and understand and navigate. And that's a useful thing to do. This run is dead. We are not getting another chrono skill today, god damn it. I'm very upset, our last run went so well. I just don't have the health for it. God, I wish this would proc faster. I want this to proc faster. Please proc faster. My actual attack damage itself is really bad. I'm relying entirely on the Scorch damage. And I like that. I love Scorch, but fuck, it's just not useful when you're starting to like max out the counter and you're just waiting for it to tick.
Cerberus, you're
There we go.
free.
Okay, beautiful.
Finally, the vengeful princess overcomes again the hellish monster standing in her way.
Have you ever gone full glass cannon? See, the thing is, I love glass cannon builds up until I start dying repeatedly. Like, I love glass cannon builds.
Return now to your
I'm
master
terrible
abode.
at actually playing them. I think they're so fun
Some glass rock.
up until I die. And then I hate myself. You know? I think glass cannons are so fun up until I die, and then
Come on,
I
Tuna.
want to, like, cry live on stream. Going to bed soon, so good
Made it
night.
back here.
No worries. It's Ashen with an E. It's Ashen. There you go. I'm so angry. All right.
Thank the
Oh,
fates.
but he's got it. But my beloved, he's got my back. Thank you so much, Charon. Which boon did it even make heroic? I don't use this. Damn.
Unseal.
I need to.
Not much farther now.
Alright, alright. We persist.
Ever-shifting
Let's see if we can do
chambers.
this on the off chance.
Realign.
If we can find some kind of ability that'll give us more death defiances, that'd be great. If we can get like a good outcome with our father,
We seem
run into
to
him and get
have
something
a
nice
bit
from
of
him,
an
that'd be perfect.
investigation here.
More sand skulls.
Unfortunately, we didn't run into Narcissus or to Echo. Echo would have saved this run. Running into Echo would have been peak, actually. Echo would have absolutely saved the run. Like, I know those abilities are never guaranteed in any run, but damn. Definitely a little bit unfortunate. Okay.
Worth taking the longer route.
Yes, yes, worth taking the longer route. Yes, worth taking the longer route.
Father.
Father! Dad, please, I need your help!
In shadow I serve.
To shadow you return. Such a cacophony occurred after you last visited. Exactly when I cannot say. All of the Titan's wretched servants flew into a panic. Their cries would not cease. What transpired?
Perhaps they were concerned for their master, or busy trying to bring him back to life. Because I slew him, finally. And it won't be the last time.
Blood and darkness. Then you accomplished that which once took half the blasted strength of Olympus. All on your own.
What can I say? She's good.
Not on my own at all. I had their strength, if not their support, as you've given me yours. Father, we can stop him. And for now, we can kill him.
He shall seek vengeance with a renewed zeal. This entire plot of his is driven by the same impulse. Then kill him if you must. At least, his many deaths ought to keep him occupied.
Let's see. Yeah, okay, we'll take this. That's gonna get... That'll give like a 50+ buff to our damage, doesn't it? Current bonus damage 40%. Nice. Listen, we do not see that.
Marble.
I would like more Death Defiances. I don't think we're gonna get them. But you know, it's something. It's something. Okay. Our damage is pretty solid at this point. It's just the health that I'm worried about. If we can get some kind of like really big bonus to our health, maybe in the shop, we might still have a shot. I don't like doing this with only 2 Death Defiances. Or we'll do what we can. We will simply have to do what we can, chat. We will simply have to do what we can. You know what? I'm gonna take a risk. I'm going to take a risk, chat.
Whom to upset this time?
This is a very bad idea. But we're gonna do it anyway.
Now, where do you get off picking one of my younger sisters over me, eh?
What if we replace the tribes and the Ashen wearing outfits that make them look like aged shins in particular? What does that mean?
Sorry, great auntie. More?
Oh, that was not good. Oh, I took a lot of damage there. You know, this was not worth it. This right here, this wasn't worth it. This was not worth it. Unless...
So you got yourself a slap on the wrist.
Unless...
Might want to pour some nice cool water over that.
Just dodge doubled against... Right trigger.
Let's see how this goes.
It's not ideal, but I'll take the infusion. It's not ideal, but I'll take it. So that all should be really upping our damage. So we get an additional 8 infused power. Alright. I mean, we have a massive increased damage percent. So it's something. It's something. Quick audio question, which filter helps with peaking? So what you're going to do is you're going to want to grab a compressor. Now you do need to know when you do this what type of peaking you're encountering, because there are 2 different types of peaking. There is hardware peaking, which is you are talking too loud into your microphone. So like, okay, right now I'm not peaking, but I could get really close to my microphone and start peaking the hardware. This will, that's going to be different than other forms of peaking. Right now, my filters, everything, the way that everything is running. So my in OBS, in my XLR box, I am not actually peaking the microphone. I'm not peaking on software, but I am peaking my hardware. And then there's hardware peaking, which, if you are sensitive to audio, chat, please cover your ears. This is what happens when I do this. Now this is me. Oh god. So this is me peaking. Actually, this is still a hardware peak, technically. This is in my digital audio converter. It's still technically a hardware peak, but this is like a different style of peaking. You gotta know what's peaking. Basically, you need to go through all of your hardware and make sure nothing is peaking on the hardware end, whether that be you're speaking too loud and too close into your microphone, or your XLR box is turned up too high, or like your basically you want to make sure that you don't have anything running too loud or too high in your XLR setup or mic setup. Cool? All right, thumbs up. After you have checked to make sure that you are not actually peaking the signal going into the mic, which you can check by just turning down the gain and seeing if it still sounds like it's peaking, you are going to want to install a couple things. The main thing, though, is going to be a compressor. First of all, just make sure your gain's adjusted to a nice amount where like you're loud, but you're not, peaking software again. And then you're going to install a compressor. The ratio I run is actually very aggressive. I run a 10-to-1 ratio at a threshold of negative 15 decibels. This means that I can still peak my microphone when I want to, but it's very hard to, and I'm only ever getting hardware peaks, not software peaks. I leave it very specifically so I can still peak, but only if I intentionally try really hard to. There you go, the answer is compressor. That was a very, very big explanation. Very, very, very big explanation that I could have done in like 3 seconds, but here we are. Airport audio. Monster Kicker E doesn't need to drown. Monster Kicker loves drowning me. Good night. You take care, Monster Kicker. All the best. You're welcome. Basically, you need to know where the source of the peaking is. Like, you can run a compressor on your mic. It's not going to do anything if you are hardware peaking. So just make sure that you're not peaking your hardware first. If so, most mics have a volume gauge. So either your microphone or your XLR box should have a volume gauge, and you can go look at that volume gauge in order to make sure, turn down that volume gauge to make sure you're not actually peaking. But once you have verified that you are not peaking your hardware, you're gonna want to install a compressor.
Okay.
I recommend you just use the oh, what's it called? Reaper. Get Reaper plugs. That's my recommendation, Reaper plugs. Replugs is what it's just called online. They're the free plugins that come with the digital audio converter, digital audio workspace, Reaper, but you can just download them separately, and they work in OBS. Completely free, wonderful tools. We love free audio tools. They're like about as high quality as a free compressor gets. Their EQ is also wonderful. I use their EQ as well. Most free EQs do not give you nearly as much control as the Reaper EQs do. Okay, that fight was miserable. I need health. Okay, we'll take it. We'll fucking take it. We will fucking take it. Are your bones ouch-ooching yet? What do you mean are my bones ouch-ooching? How so? What form of ouch-ooching are we referring to? Thank you for the demonstration, you're welcome. I'm sorry for hurting your ears. I did give you a warning, okay? I have the problem where you have to almost kiss the mic to be heard. Sometimes turn up your gain. Your gain is too low. If you have a mic that has like a gain knob or a whatnot, turn that up. If you start peaking when you do that, that means you need to turn it up on software end. Go into your audio settings and there should be an input volume slider. Make sure you turn that up on your operating system and on your specific like application you're using. That should be fine. That should help. Oof, ouch, my bones. Yeah, you know what? I do that all the time, actually. You're right. I do oof, ouch, my bones all the time.
I'll take it.
None of this is ideal.
Yes.
Alright, my options are not good right now. This is a pretty mid run. I don't think we're gonna get it, but we'll try. Haven't done anything in OBS since April, so I'm stupidly rusty, but this will work for now. Of course, happy to help. If you need any advice, feel free to DM me, though I am very slow to respond these days with how busy I've been.
Deceive. I'm as hale and hearty as can be. That sinking sense you must have felt after our previous exchange. The fear of the utter senselessness of your entire enterprise. You now know it to be true.
I was never going to destroy you in a single clash. You more than anybody ought to know results of any worth take time.
Let's see if we can do this. I don't think we're going to. Let's see if we can try.
Unceremonious appearances as this.
Probably need a better mic since this one's a crappy $10 USB. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, if it's got a volume knob, turn it up until it starts peaking, and if it starts peaking, turn things up software-wise. You should probably turn things up software-wise first anyway. You like of course you always want your signal going into your mic to be ideal, but I'm gonna be honest, especially Windows 11 absolutely fucks over audio settings. Like the built-in automatic audio settings for Windows 11 are actually terrible. If you're a streamer, turn that shit off right now. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Yeah, we really just do not have the health for this run. We'll try, we'll do what we can, but we do not have the health for this run.
Such rage.
Getting behind him while he does this attack is a great option, but doesn't always work. Oh yeah, no, we're fucked. Damn it. I have a really hard time seeing the trails he leaves behind because they're so close and clear to the background. I have a really hard time seeing them. This run's over. I don't think we're making it to phase 2. We can try, but we don't have the DPS or health for it. I mean, we have the DPS, but the tick speed is so slow.
Not returning yet.
I really need to have like 250 health to get through this fight. Okay, wait, phase 2, phase 2, phase 2? With the right filters, you make a shitty mic sound decent. Yeah, like you're not gonna get a cheap mic to sound professional, but you can get it to sound listenable with the right filters. You can absolutely make a, like, you know, $20 mic sound good enough to get by, but I would still recommend upgrading when you get the chance.
3, 2.
A nice thing about being a streamer is once you have your baseline, you can kind of fund the rest of your upgrades from your content. And I recommend doing that if you have the ability. What's going on?
Prepare for more. That is what you get for all the inconvenience.
I don't remember him doing that last time. All the colors went gray. What the hell? I couldn't tell what was going on because all the colors went gray.
Again.
What the hell? So that's kind of just a you get it right or you die. I don't like chat. Am I allowed to have a hot take here? Chat, am I allowed to have a hot take? I think insta-kill moves suck. Chat, can I have a hot take? I think insta-kill moves suck and are bad. I think insta-kill takes are stupid. I think if the fact that I fail to react in time or process something once and I fail, I think that's bad. I think if that attack had done a decent, like a reasonable amount of damage, I could have been fine. But no. I don't know. I will say there's a lot of things in the Kronos fight that I have trouble seeing. This is a thing I had with the Hades fight in Hades 1 too, because in Hades 1 it's because I have trouble seeing things against white backgrounds. That's why I have everything in dark mode always. So the fact that the background during the Hades fight in Hades 1 is all against it's a light gray, but still, you know, relatively light background is a problem for me. In Hades 2 for Kronos, the colors aren't distinct enough. It's because his attacks are dark against a dark backgrounds. But I really don't like them turning it gray like that. I don't like them turning it gray like that. Hot take, insta-kill fucking moves suck. I hate insta-kill moves. Hello, Lucky, how are you?
Even with all my training, I just
Lovely to see you again, my dude. I should have had that, but I did not have the health. That's annoying. And that run took us like 2 hours too.
Like you used to stay in all the time.
Dora, I was training in secrecy all that time. While I'm out each night, mostly I have to fight my way to Kronos, past a variety of things that don't like having me around.
Can't imagine why. And you just keep trying to do the same thing, huh? I would have given up so long ago. You should try it. Giving up.
All right.
No, thank you.
I don't like that entire, because that just made me realize that the entire, it's not just one or two of the moves he uses during that. Basically, that entire fight is a insta-kill simulator.
I learned what happened to the Fates, Lord Morris.
A one hit and you're dead if you
Kronos
don't have death
discovered where they
defiances, which I
were.
hate. That's stupid.
It was Chaos who led Kronos to them. Chaos, of course, seems to regret this now, and I don't think had any ill intent.
Oh, that is a lot of information to take in. It does make some amount of sense. Kronos having free reign in your father's house, eventually found his way to Chaos, then coaxed this vital information out of them.
Insta-kill is so shit, makes it like so much worse and frustrating. Yeah, I agree. Like, oh, you failed to react one time and you're punished because you just picked the wrong move to fail to react to.
Come to think of it, I've
I
never
hate
seen
that
you
shit.
angry.
Fuck that shit
You're
so
seeing
much.
me right now.
I kind of feel like I want to do like another run or something so that I'm not ending the night on a bad note, you know? I know I said I was going to end around the 5-hour mark. I kind of want to do like one more run just so I'm not ending on such a negative note.
Perhaps an unwise trade.
Making a mockery of Chaos seems unwise to me.
Yeah, we didn't get
There's something
anything
new here.
notable there.
What are you looking at?
Fuck you.
I'll just clean this up.
I don't like her littering thing. The fact that she litters, I despise.
You're
That's
right,
the worst
I've
thing
never
about
known
her.
what it was like before Kronos returned.
What about environmental
You keep insinuating
insta-kill?
it was
What do you mean by
worse
that?
than now.
Hello,
How so?
Lament. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Writing up spreadsheet for future music recommendations. Keeping to the Tuesday schedule. We'll have the first post of the year be on January 6th. Hell yeah.
Already told you, babe. Your father, my mother, whole inner circle, they got off bossing everyone around. Didn't give me space to spread my wings. Bunch of Olympus wannabes, but with mood lighting.
So you prefer living in a state of total disorder and
Like
constant
spikes and certain
mayhem
traps
to
and stuff
living
piss
under a
always. It depends
principled
if
set of
the
rules?
game's like built around it. Like if we're talking about a game that has like levels where you're like parkouring, you have pits and enemies and stuff. Like in a game like this, where getting to a point takes you, you know, I mean, for most people, it takes like 20 to 30 minutes, but like, so that'd be, it's still, I think, kind of unreasonable in a game like this. But if we're talking about a game where you're on individual levels where your last respawn point is relatively nearby, then sure. That's basically how most platformers work. But if we're talking about like a big open world game where you might be where you might be like fucking 15 minutes away from your last save point, or a game like this where it can take you half an hour to beat a run pretty reasonably, no. Hello, Baphomet. I think the big distinguishing factor when it comes to like, you know, insta-kill environmental things, or really insta-kill in general, how recent was your last save? how much progress are you going to lose when you die to this? I think insta-kill moves are more forgiving and more acceptable in situations that are built around dying frequently, and it's going to take you less than a minute to get back to where you were.
That's a really good way to put it.
May moonlight guide us. This'll take a little while.
The moon dust sure does take its sweet time.
Over here.
I'll talk to you in just a moment, my good sir. Actually, what resources do I need for my upgrades and stuff? Give me a second.
Death to Kronos.
Super Meat Boy kind of gameplay is the kind of game I think of when Tickle Mills. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, that's a platformer, and most platformers, they just bring you back to the start of the level. You're losing a few minutes of work.
Light of moon, awaken verdant land. So mote it be.
Just imagine a roguelike that puts an insta-kill thing in the first room and nowhere else. I do kind of hate that, though. I feel like in roguelikes, I don't like them. Because oftentimes they're long games where you have to keep yourself alive for a long period of time. And roguelikes are also just so luck-based, oftentimes, you know? Anyway, ad hitting soon. I apologize, folks. I'm probably maybe going to try to do the chaos thing again, just for the sake of doing something quick. You know? Suppress the ability for Kronos to reconstitute himself night after night. Huh. I'm guessing this is a resource I just haven't stumbled on yet, and that I have to kill him a few more times for.
Don't have enough for that.
I want to forget me not. This.
One to keep track of.
Let's see. Sure, I will put this here as well. Persuade the learned sage to appear. Fuck it, why not? We have the resources.
By blood and darkness, let my will be done.
'Tis done.
Welcome, O learned sage.
And so now we can see the outcomes of every night.
Nice.
Celeste also spawns you nearby. Yeah, that's a platformer. Platformers generally like are built around insta kills, so they're a little bit different, you know. There's always going to be exceptions.
Kathaski Onaski.
By your will. Vengeance for your family awaits you far below. I'm certain they would be proud of what you have become.
RPGs that pull a
in your heart
instance such
when you
difficult to
strike.
avoid a death effect are why I've learned to save as often as possible. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I feel you. No worries, Dustlight Wanderer. Enjoy your Eve. Enjoy your
Headmistress,
Eve.
I'll bear them in my heart, but I have no memory of them. How could I? You're the one who's always been there for me.
Oh, don't say such things. I am not your mother, Millennium. So much she could have taught you. I cannot. Never compare us.
Okay.
Beautiful night, isn't it? The kind where one may catch brief glimpses of the moon amid her race across the sky. She even left a little something for you here.
Oh?
Moon dust. You've no idea how much I could use this in my meditations recently. Although you always have an idea, don't you?
One at the very least.
Thank you, Odysseus. I love you. He's so hot, chat. I'm gonna give him a gift. He's
I'm
so
most
hot.
grateful, goddess, and expect to knock this back at the taverna at the soonest opportunity.
No rush. Just as long as you enjoy it when that opportunity presents itself.
Chat, I'm gay. Chat, I'm very gay.
Lord Hypnos, when I was in Tartarus, I found some seeds, which grew into poppies. Like the ones that line your bedding there. What if I used them with... I just had an idea. I promise to be careful.
Alright, wait. What do I need to do this?
A means to wake Lord Hypnos, possibly.
So we need Mandrake and Poppy. Okay. Mandrake and Poppy. We have poppy seeds.
You'll flourish here.
A new crop.
That's our only poppy seed right now, but exciting. Oh, that's exciting. I'm gonna look at what other resources or other things I'm trying to upgrade to make sure that I have all the resources I need, but insights. What can I still upgrade? We need a lot more dust for this. I think I might try to save up my moon dust to get the additional death defiance. Not very smart, I know, but regardless, here we are. What if?
Moon dust.
Don't mind me, chat. Don't mind me. I'm normal. I'm valid. Hello, Grumlarkin. We know it's part of why we're here. So true. So true. How are you? Lovely to see you, Grum. How are you? It's lovely to see you.
Deeper connection.
So we have 3 death defiances. Perfect. Fully upgraded that now. I want to look at the resources that these require, if they require any crops. Because obviously we just need to gather as much moon dust as possible, but some things are going to require other boss items or other things. Yes, like this one requires a feather. Let's see.
There we are.
We'll go with that for now. Beautiful. Enjoying some fancy dessert alcohol? Ooh, what are you drinking? You know, it's been a little bit since I drank. The other night I got far too high, but it was a very lovely time, so I'm not complaining. It happens sometimes. It happens to the best of us.
Which one do you pick?
Very well.
Actually, I might be at a point where it's worth trying to train up other of our things, but I don't feel strong enough yet. I probably should start doing that soon, but I don't feel strong enough yet. I should probably also mess around with other weapons, but I should probably start, like, upgrading other ones. I might be interested in the critical one here.
Ignium, awaken.
No, you gotta try it on me.
Draw greater power from the silver pool.
Toughening up.
Ignium, we're forged together in flame.
I don't know. I gotta think on how much I want to explore that, but we've got that at the very least now. This one upgrades attack power, which is actually pretty valuable given the kind of weapon it is. I need to explore the weapons more in general. I just found one weapon that like works really well for me, and I've been grinding it out nonstop. Which, oopsie. It's a chai spice brandy wine. That sounds quite delicious. I want some. Are you gonna share with the class? Hello, Markson, as well. Lovely to see you. The notation in game of M-Dust makes me think of a shade tipping its cap and saying, "Medusty." Alright, let's plant some stuff. What do we got? We got mystery seeds that can grow into anything. So maybe we plant 2 of those right now. And I don't know what's going to be particularly useful, but might as well plant a garlic. Who knows? We'll see. Who knows what we'll need soon, you know? And I don't think I want to do another long run because it is already 1 a.m. and I did already state we're just probably we're not gonna do a full 6 hours tonight because I have responsibilities I need to deal with.
Commander,
but we might do
there
like
must be something
the
you could tell me of my
chaos
brother.
thing.
The stronger my connection, the better
I would
our
love to, but
chances.
sadly, I don't think I can put
You
through a
knew him,
keyboard
didn't
to
you?
you. I've tried before; it never works. God damn it! We do invent like just multi-universal alcohol transport. Not for anything else. Just like multi-universal food transfer. That should be a thing. That should be a thing. We need a means to send food instantaneously anywhere else in the universe. Nothing else, just food. I'm hungry. Please feed me, Chad.
I knew your brother.
Please
yeah.
feed
Good
me.
kid most of the time. He wouldn't want you to be so hung up about him. What he'd want, more than anything, I think, is for you to hit me as hard as you can, repeatedly and often, and that's what I would want for you as well.
Skelly, you sound like a masochist.
Very well.
You sound like you have problems. And you know what? I appreciate that about you, Skelly. I do appreciate that about you, Skelly. And what food does AE like? I am a fan of many foods. I am not a picky eater. I'm particularly fond of like... What am I fond of? My favorite food is country fried steak, actually. My favorite food is country fried steak. I love country fried steak. I keep forgetting to like do some looking and research into what actual abilities I have in this, and like checking my boons and stuff.
Lord Uncle.
There is some difference of opinion here regarding where your efforts are of greatest benefit. We shall keep the matter on Olympus well in hand, but we cannot get to Kronos.
Are we gonna see what your ration box is gonna be? My ration box, you don't want to see. It's a mess. It's a disaster, actually. Ooh, okay. Why not? Screw it. Wait, I made a mistake. Chad, I think I made an error. Chat. Whoops. I think I was supposed to use that ability later. This is, not good.
Zeus, take you.
I thought it was going to, like, take all of my Hera boons and give them, give me, like, the Zeus equivalent of them. I misread that very poorly. I might be dead. I think I might have fucked up, chat.
In the name of Hades.
Alright, what's my special button? There we go. Alright. They certainly are a couple. I don't think they want me to win. I do not think they want me to win. They certainly are a couple of all time. Oh my god, that was bad.
Not a chance.
It's fine.
Not good enough.
They said you weren't cut out for being above ground. Some underworld curse holding you back. I'd not believe the hearsay for a moment. And sure enough. Perhaps they merely fear your potential.
You are now with a footnote in their couples counseling. You sound so awake and alert like you got a full night's sleep at a healthy time. Host, I woke up like... I had to delay my stream by an hour because I woke up right before I was supposed to go live. It's fine, chat. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, chat.
Rambling. Raiders.
Hi, host. I had to delay my stream by an hour because I actually woke up like right before I was supposed to start stream. It was a problem. It was bad. How are you doing, host? Hope you had a good night. Hope you got home safe. I do genuinely hope you got home safe. Delicious. Everything's going great. I'm not scared at all. I horribly messed up my build right now. I horribly messed up my build. Just die. Just die. Just perish. There we go. Beautiful.
Olympus, I accept this message.
I'm good. Rode back with each other as a little caravan and played I Spy over Discord. I love that. That's very cute. That's very cute. Glad y'all got home safely.
Very well.
I'm glad y'all made it back. Oh fuck, I do not have the health. Any way to restore my health does not look like it. That is a shame. I did not know though that like chaos will basically go like, nope, that would kill you. Damn. I horribly fucked up my build. It's fine. I haven't even like beat Olympus in an actual run yet, which is a large part of why I'm struggling so much right now. I've not actually beat Olympus yet. Jesus Christ.
Sure.
Sure. Why are you a mech right now? Long story. I'm dead.
Enough of me, Draken.
A long story that does not matter anymore.
Return to Shadow now.
I also did stop at IPOP and get food because I was hungry and almost passed out of the booth. Aww. How was your Nording? I slept for 10 hours. God, did I fucking need it. I did need that sleep very much, honestly. I'm glad that I got the sleep, but Jesus Christ. I sure did sleep. I sure did sleep. Oh, drop some meat. There we go. I'm gonna try that one more time, chat. I'm gonna try that one more time. I think I might have a better idea of what to do this time. My thought is I am going to try and get a bunch of Zeus spoons to even the score, because we start with a bunch of Hera boons and only one Zeus spoon, you know? So my idea is I'm going to get a bunch of Zeus spoons. And I am going to,
That's not your property.
Okay. I need to reread that in a second. Okay, I also need to get one air boon. And what are you? Okay, so I need to get 2 air boons. And then, okay, I'm trying to think. I'm gonna just try and load up on Zeus spoons for now. My goal right now, load up on Zeus spoons. Don't click that ability yet. Do not click on the ability to replace all the boons to level them up quite yet. It's going to be about my ability to activate both those effects at once, I'm thinking. Because having the increased level is really cool if I could like load up on a bunch of boons from the gods and then have it massively increase my level and rarity of everything. But it's going to take a little bit for me to figure out how well it's going to work. We are kind of dealing with the divorced couple right now, so we have to play this one careful. Play this one safe. We are stepping in the middle of a divorce right now. It's a little bit of a sensitive situation. We gotta handle this one with care. I will not be handling it with care. There we go.
A lightning sigil.
I'm a mech because that's the weapon we were given. I'm gonna be honest, the weapons in this game don't make sense to
on
me.
Olympus. Rumblings, yet not even Poseidon.
It's fine. There we go.
Something.
So that just rarefied everything. So all of our boons are more rare now. Okay.
There was a recent rumbling about Olympus which...
It's fine. I'm not doing the thing. I'm not doing the thing. Yet. Later. Yeah, we'll do it later. Cast damage on any foe. We'll do this.
Vested in me.
We'll do that. Okay. But they didn't like how I, drink my drink or eat my chips. Why? Why does your brother not like it? What are you doing? See, I fully believe that you're doing something weird just knowing you affectionately. I fully believe you're doing something weird. Just ask someone who knows you. Alright, alright, alright.
It's that bird.
You. I've never actually seen this bird before. I don't know what the fuck "it's that bird" means, actually. Gonna be completely honest, I do not know what "it's that bird" means. But Melanie seems to know. Melanie seems to know who that bird is.
Oh. In the name of Hades.
Let's see.
My strength
We'll
reborn.
take the special buff as well. Let's see what we can do. Oh, there goes our first Death Defiance. It's fine. It's beautiful, 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 beautiful. I'm guessing it might be Prometheus's eagle, just based on how they're presented together in this game. It might be Prometheus's eagle. Achilles? I hardly know her. Sure, fuck it. Don't know what that did. But it might be safe for me at this point to drop all of my Hera, or to drop all of my Zeus stuff and get the big buff on Hera. It might be possible to do that now. I think I want to add some Demeter to this build. Is that the bird that eats you guys' liver every day? Yes, that's that bird. This fight is so cool, it's also terrifying. I do not. This is only my. I've only beaten this fight once, and I kind of like just absolutely swept it because I had an incredible build. I am not entirely sure about my ability to pull it off this time. Let's see what we can do. The one thing with Hitch is that it's very much built around the fact that the idea that you're fighting a bunch of enemies at once, you know? So in the fights with the Guardians or with the big enemies with the boss fights, it does not tend to hold up very well because like it's built to be against multiple enemies. But I think the same is true of Zeus as well, where a lot of his stuff is also built with the assumption that you're kind of fighting a lot of enemies at once. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. There we go.
This mountain's for the gods.
Heracles encountered Styxphalian birds. Oh, no, look it up. Oh, interesting. I know nothing about them. Achilles? I hardly know her. Just eat chips vertically and carve a triangle flat on one side of the bottle to flick it up and drink off the side. Yeah, you are weird. I don't like that either. Thank you for the lurk, Equus. How are you doing?
Kronos for so long that we've begun to doubt that anything can meaningfully change. I wonder, Flower, can you truly rid us of this blight?
I grow strong.
We're just massively upgrading our boon rarity right now. What do we have after this? Okay. Just a regular one.
On my authority.
That's fine. Alright, now we do this.
Good girl.
Don't fucking say that to me. Do not fucking say that shit. This is hard. This is very hard. I probably should have taken the Scorch because I love Scorch, but with how high, like, level we are, and rarity, like, come on. Oh, there goes the second Death Defiance. Okay, I need to get more of those back soon. Oh no. I need some means of healing or getting more health or getting more Death Defiances.
For all that's happened, glad you finally met Demeter, even if only by boon. She had a funny way of showing it sometimes, but always loved your mum an awful lot. She'll fight to get her back to the bitter end.
I love him. Okay, okay. Where do we go from here? Demeter or Zeus? I think I'm gonna take more Demeter. I did kind of say fuck you to all of Zeus's boons. Oh, Jesus Christ, that was a lot of damage. Oh my god, okay, this is our last fucking chance. We are out of Death Defiances. These guys do so much damage. I wonder, there's gotta be some kind of method of defending against that attack that I have not figured out yet. Like, there's gotta be something I can do to shut that down. Gun hurt. Gun do hurt. Chat, fun fact, guns hurt. Fun fact, chat, guns hurt. We did just get in a means to increase our survivability, though. We might be going into a boss fight? Okay, we're about to go into our boss fight. This is actually our first time making it here.
Would be very much in sight from here, were it not for the very dark and ominous storm wall that now envelops it.
I think we're extremely unlikely to beat this fight, but we will give it our best shot. We are going in with 206 health, so, you know. Gun hurt indeed, chat. Oh, never mind, it's just Prometheus. I forgot about him.
You arrived this night, bending the very laws of nature to achieve your goal, forging alliances with beings who care nothing for you.
I forgot about you. It was his eagle. I completely mixed up the order of fights in this. Actually, I thought we were ahead of where we are.
No. But isn't it chaos that delivers you so close to your goal, it shall let you go no farther? Even if you should prevail here. I know where this all leads. Let's see it through.
I love that they all know like all of this. Oh my god, the bird. The bird! No! Yeah, we're dead. We're dead. We're dead. He's... His entire deal is area of denial.
Suffer as I did.
And now it's the fucking memorization part. Okay. So center... God damn, I didn't react in time.
There was no dignity in this at all.
I do believe the possibility exists that you succeed.
He saw right through me.
Hey, what just happened?
I didn't react in time. God damn it. Alright, chat. I did say we were only going to go for about 5 hours tonight, so we're probably just going to do a little bit of housekeeping and then head out. But thank you everyone for joining me. I will hopefully be live on Friday. We'll be doing some music on stream, and I'm really excited for it. I'm actually so incredibly excited to like do some music with you guys live on stream. I think it's going to be an incredibly fun time. I hope that you all end up enjoying it as much as I fucking am hyped. Ooh. River cleansing. Restore Crossroads hot springs.
As the three fates would have it, so shall I.
Wish I could get drilled with the icon beam. What's the icon beam? You know what, the Miku Miku beam meme with icon would go a little bit hard, even if I would hate it. Chat, one sec. Hot spring? Hot spring?
A small spring draws its heat from deep within the earth. Its water so pristine and pure that they can cleanse the body and the soul.
If I get in, I might never want to get out.
Hot spring, chat? I don't know what I do with it, but I have it now. Icon beam when. No, I would love to do like the Miku Miku beam meme with icon. I think that would unfortunately be quite good. I need more information. They may be used minimum 2 guests at a time. Rolling in neglected waters of the spring draw heat from the river like a thought somewhere below. Communal hot springs. Mostly used for communal visits to the Crossroads hot spring. But what does that mean? In any case.
Arachne.
I want
Good
it.
evening.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello there, my friend. I happened to see the boatman sculling down the Cocytus, presumably to you, for he had all sorts of supplies. He was generous enough to offer me passage, whether he knew it or not.
Great to see you here, and welcome, Arachne. I'm certain Charon doesn't mind such a courteous stowaway. Is there anything we can do to make your stay with us more comfortable?
No, thank you. I don't
I
intend
love
to be here very
Miku.
long, especially since the boatman is my ticket home. I'll just make certain all my silk gear is patched up and then be on my way. Be well, won't you?
I love Miku.
You too.
Miku very good. Fuck you.
Much is to be learned from history, if one but studies the lessons hidden in any purported accounts. A lifelong pursuit, in and of itself.
Still no telling what the future holds. What does my history reveal?
Yes, it's a. This doesn't feel good. Chat, looking at this does not feel good. It's gonna be so real. Looking at this does not feel good. Gonna be so honest with you. Ogue. Chat, Ogue. Don't feel super great about that one. Alright. Anything else I want to do before I head off for the night? We can claim this real quick. It's probably fine. I think for the moment that might be all I have, in which case we're gonna go find someone to raid, alright folks? Thank you everyone for being here with me as per always. I will be live on Friday and well, hopefully. I will let you know if anything changes, but I am planning to be live on Friday and we will be doing hopefully, if I feel up to it, a songwriting stream. Which I'm really nervous about, but I think it's potentially going to be like a really good time. I think it'd be really fun to try and over the course of a stream write a song with you guys. I hope you all are open to the idea, and I hope when the time comes to see you there. So let me see who all I've got on. I kind of want to rate someone new, but I don't know if anyone's going to catch my interest tonight. Are there any VTubers playing Hades right now? Give me a second. VTubers playing Hades 2. We do have a couple. Alright, I have one here. There's a VTuber. He is playing Hades 2. He is LGBT. Let's rate him. Don't know anything about him. I'm kind of blind rating this individual, but I'm sure they will be wonderful to chat with. I'm so sorry, Plank! Congrats on making a compute shader. I'm so sorry. I'm ending a little bit early tonight because I started late. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. I hope you've been well. Alright. I'll be live here on Friday writing some songs with y'all. Y'all take care of yourselves. I love you all. This community genuinely means the world to me and has changed my life. Saved my life so many times. I have big news coming soon. I've just been like really all over the place lately. So please be patient. Promise things will be great. Things have been honestly getting a lot better recently. I've just been a little bit behind schedule. So y'all do what you need to do. See you soon. Signing off from the archive. Let's go treat this stranger with some love, alright? Let me just open up things so that I can follow along with the raid. And I will see you all soon. Signing off from the archive. Good night.